And we are live. Everything looks like it's working. And can I get a how was everyone's week? We'll start with Ronan.
I went on travel. I made it back safely and spent a cold week. I mean, warm, nice, toasty week down in Florida. So all in all, I had a great time.
I don't know if toasty is how to describe. Moldy is how to describe Florida. It's super
Fair enough.
mildewy down there. What about you, Ghost? How was your week?
My week was good. We had a lot of kid time, a lot of work time. You know, just normal adult stuff. Nothing like spectacular. My brother's moving tomorrow, so I'm going to help him move. Just a lot of work.
That's a lot of fun. Not.
Yeah.
So, Dubs, what about you? How was your week?
It was just work. I mean, that was about it. Didn't really have anything extraordinary going on other than just that. Other than just probably preparing for another funeral for my uncle, but that's about that.
Well, that's super sad and dark.
Yeah, not fun.
But that does mean that this session must be the highlight of your week.
Yes, please. Yes. Let's have fun.
Good. I'm gonna do the quick recap. Normally I ask you guys to do it. And if I miss anything that you guys think is important, I'll get you to fill in the gaps. But last session, you guys tracked down, amongst other miscellaneous shenanigans, a potential source of the weapons that were brought in to Acadie and might still be coming in. And you got a line on a ship that was in orbit. You got a very, very small window of its flight plan where it will be in orbit. And you guys made a not so graceful escape from the authorities afterwards and got back to your ship. The opening of the scene will find yourself after a brief few hours of laying low, patching wounds, analyzing your current situation. We're gonna say that Kizik hit his head and is laying up in the one of the cabins that you're designating as a med bay while some meds work on his head. So you're gonna have to go for a little bit without him available. Did I miss anything that anyone thinks is really important?
So we're still going after the Atlantis, right? That's the ship. It's a C-class cargo ship.
It's a Type C cargo transport, and yes, that is your... Let me put it to you this way. Whether you go after it or not is up to you. You have an opportunity to go after it that is brief and fleeting. You also have a suggestive, conditional belief that they are the ones that are shipping weapons to and from the planet.
Let's do it.
So we'll get you guys who are here can... It looks like we've got some people. Here's Holmes. Luca is off in one of the cabins, laying down. And here's Taylor, and here's Aiden. You guys are... We'll say you're in this corner table of the cafeteria after resting, recouping, bandaging, reloading weapons, you know, the things you do in between operations.
I don't really know what we are going to do without Luca. What time frame do we have? You said that it's a fleeting kind of thing to get to
You
the
cannot
Atlantis.
wait for him to get here if you want to take this opportunity.
Okay.
That's why I braced you ahead of time. That's why I told you before the session started that you can't just put this off.
Nope. The information we got from our somewhat sort of sneaky, but less than sneaky raid is that we have a specific window of where it's going to be, and then after that we have no idea.
I'd like you guys to have this conversation amongst yourselves, but I will chime in with information that's prevalent if you need it.
Roger.
Okay, so we get into our, relatively new launch. We go up. We meet the Atlantis in orbit. And it's owned by the Crux Corp, right? So we're going to need to get in and find some data. You guys good at that?
I can be good at whatever we want to be good at. Not really, but I'm gonna try. I'm good with guns. I'm not as good at flying, but I am trained in flying, so I could do that. But electronics I can do, but that's about it.
Okay. Well, we're gonna have to do this quick and dirty. Maybe we can grab somebody and just interrogate the shit out of them, right? Just beat the living piss out of them and be like, "You sold weapons, didn't you?" But yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to grasp at straws, really.
So I guess
What's-
what's our plan going to be? Like, go in there and like, we're going to attempt to go in and just like take over the ship, or I guess there's not really any sneaking around when we fly up to it with a launch.
That does raise up plenty of questions. I think you're asking a very valid question.
Yeah,
Well, we
what do
could
you
just
want?
fly casual, though, couldn't we?
Again?
We could
The
just
problem-
fly casual, though, right?
Yeah, but they're not expecting anybody to visit them at the moment. On their, they're flying around on their flight plan. They're not expecting visitors. And we just roughed up their entire home corporation thing, so wouldn't be surprised if they got some sort of, hey, this is what's going on down here. We did shoot their head of security and kill one of the other guys with a ladder.
Our launch doesn't really have weapons on it either, so
It does not. Would you like a stat sheet for the launch?
Don't we have it over here on the
Yes,
right?
please.
Maybe you do. Where do you think it is? Oh, yep, you do. Sure
Right.
do. That's it.
so no weapons. Can I pull up the Class C cargo ship?
You absolutely can. This token has different states. Each of its different states is a sheet that goes with it. This one being the floor plan. This one being its main stat sheet. You have encountered these before. Well, sorry, your player has, you're not, but you as, your character has not, but you as a player has.
So my idea, or my original plan, was to maybe get one of the iris openers, try to get over here on the ship, and like in a suit, and pop this door. The problem is, as soon as you pop that door, this fills the vacuum, and then you can't pop that door without killing everybody. And I suppose that's the bridge, right? Yeah, that's probably a bad idea.
It's kind of a space truck, so if you take that route, there are going to be options. Here's what it kind of looks like on the outside. It is not traditionally armed, but you do know from experience that sometimes the first thing that a space trucker will do is upgrade it with some sort of defense. Sometimes they put light fighters in those cargo pods, as those cargo pods are big enough to hold one light fighter each.
We don't have any idea what she's carrying, so that's entirely possible.
Yep, you have no idea what she's carrying. Also, if you look really closely at the sheet, you see, where's the easiest way to illustrate this? Here we go. This is probably it. So it's jump 2, meaning you can make a 2 parsec jump with 22 tons of fuel. If it needs to make 2 jumps consecutively, it would have to fill some of its cargo space with fuel to refuel, basically. Depending on what kind of run it's on, that could be problematic. But if you look at the map, you'll see that jump 2, within 2 parsecs, there's plenty of places it could go. It couldn't get to New Home or St. Janine. It could get to Colchis. It could get to Amondage. It could get to Achille. But also, at these places, it could refuel. So it could jump to Colchis and then jump to New Home. And they could get anywhere in the sector by island hopping at jump 2. Well, except for, obviously, this place down here.
Where's the Crux Corps out of?
This is the first time you've ever encountered them.
It's
Okay.
safe to say they're not from Amondiage because the rebels
Right.
are going against that group. So there's a way out if she has fuel, even just all of her cargo being empty. So
Why don't we fly up there, pretend like we're rebels, and try to buy shit from them? Probably
I
an
mean, that's possible.
awful idea.
I think
Are
there
they
might
just
be.
expecting people to come over and start buying stuff from them, or was it just kind of random out of nowhere?
So that's the hard
I
part.
mean-
Everything's random out of order. No, all we have is where they're going to be.
We could just like happen upon them, I guess.
Or we could, like, we know their flight plan. We could go kind of in front of them, maybe, and let them come to us and then act like we're a disabled launch.
You have part of their flight plan. That doesn't invalidate your plan, but I want to specify that. You have like 10% of their flight plan.
Yeah, we got an itty bitty little window.
So would they respond to any type of emergency hails, like say like a emergency beacon or something like that? Say we're stranded and we're pretending that we need help. Would they be able to respond to that?
So that's twofold. So first and foremost, every ship, including yours, is required by interstellar law to respond to emergency hails. You're required by law. It's a punishable offense. They'll impound your ship and throw you in prison if you don't respond to one. It is the same penalty if you fake one. If you fake a distress call and you get caught for any reason, they throw you in prison and confiscate your ship because they charge you with piracy, basically, which is in essence what you're trying to do here. I just want you to understand the way the law works. It's a two-edged sword. On the one hand, you have to respond to distress calls. On the other hand, if you fake one, you're going to prison.
Gotcha. That's if you get caught.
That's if you get
I
caught.
don't really like the idea of becoming a pirate either. Just my character has a problem with it.
So is our plan actually to get on this ship? That's what I'm kind of wondering. It sounds like that's what our plan is, right? Or to
My notes say that there's a data dump up there, right? Are my notes wrong?
Data dump where?
On the Atlantis ship?
No.
Yes, we're transferring data up to them. That's what we intercepted.
They all right, so they were transferring information to them. That is correct. You don't know what that information is or if it has anything to do with what you're like. They were transferring something to them. That is correct. But you are making a couple of rash assumptions, one of which is that data is the data, and those are different terms. Not saying it wouldn't be valuable. I just don't want you to get up there and think, "Oh, we've recovered our data core." That's not happening.
No, it is. We know they are transferring something, and we are pretty sure it's something important because head security, Pulsar dude wanted it done super fast. But that might have just been because that's the times that the ship was flying by. So,
and do we know whether it's data or is it something physical or is it something like electronic?
no, it was transmitted.
Okay.
The data packs that were transmitted, because Holmes was there when it was being transmitted, were very, very small. They are almost certainly like a manifest or instructions. They are not like... The data is not the prize. Well, the data could be the prize. It could be part of the prize, but like it's not a big data packet. That's why you didn't. That's why you only had a very small window to go over there and get it. If you'll remember,
Do we know where they're
I
going?
was rushing you guys through. No, you do not. I've given you all the information you have in that regard.
Okay. So I was thinking it might be
getting-
valuable to know where they're actually heading, so that way we can figure out who they're meeting up with to transfer the packet to.
That would be the kind
Yeah.
of information that's probably in the packet they were transmitting.
Copy, yeah.
That's what we're trying to go find. So, looking at our giant space truck here, it doesn't look like there's any connection to the containers, to the main ship's hull, and it looks like the only way into the ship's hull is the one airlock, without blowing a hole inside of it.
That is an accurate assessment. Also, when you talk about blowing a hole in the side of it, I want to point out that this smoky looking stuff right here, that's fuel tank.
Ooh.
Basically, this little thing on top on this picture, the little red area beside it, that's the livable area, and the rest of that whole sphere cylinder thing is fuel.
It's an awesome design.
I mean, for a space truck, it's not bad that they don't think is going to get attacked.
I just for safety, I want to sleep inside a bed of fuel.
They're not concerned with the pilots, they're concerned about the cargo.
No, I hear you.
What we're going after is information. That information would be in the bridge area, I would assume, looking at these schematics. I doubt it's in any of the cargo holds. And we don't have any weapons on our launch, nor do we have any like personal weapons big enough to breach the side of a spaceship.
Yeah, I mean, if your plan is to board and breach, I think Ghost hit it right on the head. The only way to really get in there is to hack through the door, either electronically or using mechanical tools. That would mean being very vulnerable coming through the airlock or venting the airlock in such a way that kills the whole crew.
Yeah. And Taylor Boaz is not about that. Look, I think at the end of the day, we got to find out where he's going, right? So we can tail him.
Yep.
Or we can still have a breakdown in the launch where he'd have to recover us. He's just going to tether us and pull us behind him, and we'll find out where he's going anyway. Because he's going to take us, right?
Is there any way to do that without him detecting us?
We want him to detect us.
We want him to know that we're following him?
No, I'm saying like we play lame duck. He comes and picks us up and then takes us where he was headed anyway. That's what we're trying to find out, right?
Okay.
Where
But the
this
problem
data
is,
going?
if he jumps, just realize if can they tether us and jump at the same time? Is that a thing?
Only if they have the tonnage of your cargo available and a locking mechanism to attach you to the outside of the ship. This ship does have a tow cable. It could reel you in, and potentially it could have a clamp that would attach you. It's very risky, though. This close to a highly civilized and advanced planet, no sane person would take that risk. They would take the tow cable and they'd tow you back to port rather than jump with you. And you are correct in your assumption, Ronan, that most of these Type Cs, they jump. That's the whole point of them. Sublight traffic. You wouldn't use a jump-capable ship to tow things within the star system. It's not cost-efficient.
Although I would love to just tail them, I don't want to do that in a launch. So it sounds like we got to find a way get them to let us in willingly.
There's
that's
more than one option, but that is a viable option.
Are there any ways to remotely connect to their systems to grab the data packets or get the information from that?
Potentially.
We don't actually need to board or be present on the ship.
You would need to be very
So-
close.
Well, then I'm just saying maybe there could be some type of a distraction or something like that. Maybe they're helping us with something. Again, I'm just making some steps. We are in their way. We are having some technical difficulties. They're helping out. Meanwhile, somebody's trying to hack into their systems remotely to be able to find the data packets and copy them.
This thing's computer is way more advanced, isn't it, than our launches?
Then your
But not
launches,
necess-
probably.
Yeah.
But that launch
not
computer is
necessarily.
not what you would be using.
Yeah, we'd be using our phones and all with our fancy intrusion software and all that stuff.
Sorry, I shouldn't
Those of us that still have phones.
should have let you figure that one out on your own. You're on exactly the right path for figuring that out.
Taylor Boaz, not a computer guy. That's why I'm asking stupid questions.
And I don't have much compute. I've got zeros in computers, but
And you need
Zeros
another
is
burner
better
thing.
than.
I'm sorry. What was that?
You don't. You don't have the phone to do it.
No, I don't. No,
All right, I got this.
you got it.
We have a
I can
choice.
get you up there if
I
you
gotta-
got the.
This if
I-
is there a way that we could somehow look like a piece of debris or something, or some like lost ship? Would they be interested in getting a hold of a lost ship just abandoned in space?
I don't know that thing with just looks like it's a 2-seater little thing has any
Well, I
sort
mean-
of salvage ability.
Well, that's why I'm wondering if they'd have any interest in salvage or getting curious and jumping on our ship and us hiding someplace, and meanwhile trying to do the hack in the meantime. And I don't know.
I mean, the deception route is good if you can, create a distraction, as he said, also because it may occur to you guys that if they do have some kind of defenses, you're not really planning on that. You don't have a plan B for if they have a gun, for example.
Let alone if they have a fighter in one of those cargo containers. We've got absolutely nothing.
You do know
Yep.
people that, with that said, they'd have to be able to help you within, say, the next 6 hours, because that's how long you have before your flight plan for this thing will expire.
Is there, looking at the schematics, is there any sort of there's mechanical and probably some sort of electrical connections between the cargo containers and the main ship's body. Is there any sort of like computer connections that we could jump into or connect to?
Logically, there would be some very simple data connections for the ship's computers. Those containers are designed to open clam style out of the back. So they have to have some kind of control over cameras and doors and stuff like that. So it would follow that there is at least some kind of data connection. Also, it doesn't show it very well in here, but nestled between these 3 containers is its main thruster. It's one thruster that pushes it in, its main acceleration way, but that means that thruster puts out quite a bit of oomph in one direction, and it's nestled between those containers.
Ending behind it. Bad idea.
Yeah, so it's this part right here, and it goes underneath this container and in between these containers.
Could you put that page back up or talking about their sensors, where they had a list of what kind of sensors they had? It was a previous. I don't know if it was that one
That
or
one?
if it was the other one. I think it was the other one. I think it had something on there about sensors. Yeah. So it says sensors, basic TLB or TL8s. My question was, I was wondering what the range is they have on their sensors.
So it's not like Edge of the Empire, where like you go beyond a range and the sensors just don't work. It becomes more difficult to use the sensors to detect something the further away you are. The TL8
Right.
or the TL8 sensors are a DM -4. They are the most basic of radar sensors. And basically the sensors on this thing are so it doesn't run into things.
I assume that's picking up big objects, right?
It's designed primarily for big objects that the ship would not want to hit, yes. The launch is a big enough object, though, that it would not want to hit it. A person would probably not be detected by it as readily.
Well, that's what I was kind of wondering. I was like, what happens if we, again, I'm going to go crazy here. What happens if we go fishing? Vac suit, tow line, and person with a vac suit gets as close to the ship as they can to get into the computer system and to be able to make the hack. Yet the ship is potentially far enough away where it's less detectable.
I think no matter what, we still have to go off the deception of, hey, we need you to come pick us up. That way we make that contact, right? Still
I
like
think
lame
there's
duck kind of thing.
I think maybe there is some value in the lame duck piece and some value in somebody going off in a vac suit and hanging out, not being detected, and siphoning off all of their data files that they can get.
Let's do both then.
All right.
Something in the middle.
Yeah.
No, you can sit on the outside of the launch in your vac suit with your computer.
Yep.
And then, you just hang off the side of it and get your scan as it attaches to us. This is all a terrible idea, guys.
I like
Well,
it.
now, with that being said, I mean, you could probably actually, if they're going to attach to us, you could probably just make the scan from inside the ship, right? You probably wouldn't need to be outside the ship to do the scan.
Being outside the ship, if I'm outside the ship, I can move closer if need to and jump over to their ship outside of it if I need to. There's a little bit more flexibility there.
Fair enough.
But
And
that
the
being
goal
said,
is to still
outside
find
in
out where it's
space.
going, right?
Find out where it's going, what it's carrying, and maybe where it's been.
And I'm assuming our launch has a not a tow cable, but some type of a latch cable system where you can latch on with your vac suit to our launch, right?
That's part of the vac suit, not the ship.
Copy.
It's also still incredibly risky unless everything comes to a relative stop.
Yeah, because if I get disconnected at all and there I go, because the ships will just keep moving, and I will not.
Tether.
With that said, I think you guys are taking one of the two plans I thought you might come up with. That almost never happens, so I felt the need to point it out.
That means he's got contingencies. Guys, we need to go with something completely off the wall.
All right. How about this? We accidentally lose control of our ship, and we are in a collide with them, and we bump them somewhat.
Says the guy who didn't roll a backup character.
Well, just saying.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. Use us as a missile.
Fender bender in space, you know?
Crashing cars on down with crashing spaceships.
Yeah, when your window breaks in your car, you don't suffocate.
Right.
Okay.
I like this plan. Let's go. Let's go do our plan. I like it.
Do you want to flesh this plan out, or do you want to continue brainstorming, or do you want to leap right into action? Your guys only do have 6 in-game hours, but I imagine you would have had time to talk about this while you were resting and recouping up to this point. So planning time, you got a little bit of. Once you set everything in motion, you'll be on a very tight time schedule.
Do we want to ask our brokerage people if they can have some people stand by to support in case this goes horribly wrong?
I don't know if we want to get Stacy involved, the brokerage. But I thought we knew some people. Man, I'm going through my notes and I can't find out who it was. I thought we had some raiders that were helping us.
You are a whole entire, like, that was Edge of the Empire. That's how far back that goes.
Maybe, yeah, not raiders. I was just reading Pirate Raiders from episode 4. Trying to remember who it was though.
Yeah, the only contact that Holmes has is for getting the parts to fix the Perfect Stranger.
Gotcha. All right. Well, like, to me, in my mind, this is spy stuff, right? I don't want to get the brokerage involved with spy stuff. We're trying to keep them out of it, right?
Yep, makes sense to me.
So what's our final plan?
Sounds
So-
like we're. Oh, go ahead.
So we're going to fly up to where we know it's going to be. We're going to lame duck us. So I might even do a mechanics roll to actually break our launch in a way that it would, show on a scan. While they have to legally, come by and try to help us, jump on their systems with your super phone and try to figure out what their flight plan was, where they were, what it's carrying, and where it's been. It's got to be in there somewhere, right? And then, mission accomplished.
And by superphone, I'm assuming we're talking about Holmes, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to switch out my guns here at the moment to my laser pistol that works in space, in case I need it.
Technically, all your guns work in space. Your carbine is 0. Anything that says 0G is a trait. Works in space.
Oh, I didn't see it on my carbine there. All right.
It's under traits. That's actually what makes that special, because most carbines don't have that. You'll notice your pistol, for example, does not have 0G, which doesn't mean that it completely won't work. Most modern bullets come with an oxidizer, but the recoil will shoot you backwards a lot more than you would like to go. It's not quite as dramatic as... Well, it depends on what weapon you're firing. Obviously, a shotgun kicks more than your pistol does. But it's also mass. You got to realize that propelling a bullet takes a lot less energy than propelling you. So equal and opposite is relative to the amount of mass being pushed against. But it does still recoil, and it will still throw you if it doesn't have the 0G trait.
Oh, I'm going to switch to my 0G laser pistol.
Yep. I'm just giving you a briefing on it because that's the kind of information that will transcend this episode. That will become relevant, no matter what we're doing.
Yay.
Okay. I have a little card. On this little card, I'd like anything that you are taking with you, especially Ronan, if you're going to be the one doing the 0G, you're going to be the one I'm going to be like harping on this the most. Anything that's not on your person on your sheet, your vac suit, etc. I want to know what it is on here before you go out. So this is the part of the planning phase where I'm going to say you guys are warming up the launch, you're getting ready to go there, and you're getting your gear bag ready. What is in your bag of goodies? And anything that you don't have a card or a token for, can't put on your person, please put on that index card. You have access to the full ship's lockers and the supplies you have, so there might be things that you want. And I do kind of want you to go down as low as, if there's like a magnetic cable that you want to reel yourself in and out, I want to know that. Okay? If you bring a Leatherman, I want to know. But feel free to talk to your partners about it because they're going to have ideas. Ghost,
Definitely bring my vac suit.
Ghost, I'm assuming that you are going to be doing the piloting rolling part.
Yeah.
Okay. O-Dubs, what do you think your role is going to be on this, other than disconnecting right there? He's gone, guys. Dead, Jim.
Oh no!
All right, his internet may have went out or something. He was having issues last time.
So do you want me to write on the card that I am in my vac suit as well?
If you are in it, if you want to put together a gear card as well, I am completely down with that. I'll give you another card. I want it for anyone who's going to be like suddenly need a tool or something, and because I don't have cards for every single thing, I want to just have a little bit of a preparation list started. But mostly, I kind of wanted you guys to have a plan and have talked it out, so that when you get to the ship, I don't say, what are you going to open that access panel with? And you say, well, I magically have this, 15-pound toolkit,
Yeah, not magically. He's going to have to bring that toolkit. You're also going to want that iris opener tool.
Am I going in the ship?
Just in case, man, right?
All right, I'm down. What I do? I'm a space marine. Yay!
I have a torch.
Does your torch cut through crystalline spaceship armor?
Mm. It doesn't say. Because will not work on the starship hulls.
There you go. It does, in fact, say. I wouldn't have asked if it didn't.
But you said, yeah, the crystalline armor. I had to put 2 and 2 together.
Yep. Well, that's because so when it says, hey, TL10 and higher, it's talking about crystalline hull, because that's when crystalline hull becomes standard.
Right now, I've got a vac suit, magnetic tether, iris tool, multi-tool, Super Whammadon spy phone.
On my sheet, or on my screen, your card only says vac suit magnetic tether.
I haven't pushed enter yet.
That's probably why. No dubs, you back yet? Nope. Gone. Well, so much for dividing those duties. Ghost, you're gonna have you're gonna have your hands full.
What was he going to do? Comms?
I was gonna see if you guys want to split up like the talking and distracting versus the piloting, and once you were attached, I want to see if you were gonna do things mechanically to like make your life easier. They're like, oh man, look, there's smoke coming out of that. That's totally broken,
Think. Sure, I'm missing something because I'm always missing something, but I've got the tool I need to connect with. I've got hardline connections if I need to, like plug the phone into something. Tool, multi-tool for standard, prying things open or screwdriver, etc., etc. The iris tool if I have to go through the door. I've got my guns if I need to go through the door. I got a tether and my vac suit. Can you think of anything else? I don't want anything. I don't want much because I still have to maneuver out there.
Put it all in a big backpack.
Backpack. Yep, backpack.
So it's an interesting thing as you're putting all this together, wearing a backpack properly and having a EVA directional suit or EVA directional thrusters, which you didn't mention.
Oh, yep, those will come in handy.
Those are mutually exclusive, though. Like you can either have the backpack, or you can have the thruster pack, or there's a thing called a thrust gun that you can get. The Central Supply catalog. Other than that, I think you've been very comprehensive.
Does a vac suit come with pockets?
Of a
A
highly
duffel bag and a bandolier.
limited nature. You may just have to carry it. Or you can use a thrust gun.
Yep.
Thrust gun's like a gun that you shoot in the direction you want to thrust. It's actually pretty low tech level.
Let's do that. That sounds like fun.
Okay. Let me see if I can find what page that thing's on. I'm totally prepared. I mean, I remember it being there, but I don't remember what page it was on.
I'll be right back.
Careful. Pistol, that's what it's called. It's on page 1.
$121.
It's TL7, costs 1,000 credits, weighs 1 kilogram. It gives you 3 minutes of continuous thrust or 1 hour of moderate maneuvering, so it's plenty for what you want to do.
Yep. Doing it.
If a ghost comes back, we can let you guys try to initiate your plan.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back. You guys ready to initiate your master plan?
I think so.
I'm down.
Okay.
The same strange head knocking that happened to Luca happened to Aiden.
Yeah. I've got a message from him saying that his internet went down again, which is probably was having earlier in the week. He's rebooting his router. That may take a few minutes.
Right on.
Okay. So, launch is ready?
So I
Let's
get
do
behind the pilot seat of the launch, and I hit the tower, and I'm like, "Hey, tower, this is launch Delta 3 Omega 5, preparing to take off."
You remember the actual name that Kizik used that I intentionally wrote down?
Yeah.
That's a player point right there.
Sweet.
I definitely did not remember.
So Kizik made it up on the fly, and I wrote it down in my notebook, and I said, next time he hits the tower, I'm going to see if he uses the same one. And it's exceptionally good that Ghost was the one that remembered it.
I like it.
Also, you guys are banking a lot of player points. Remember, especially in those dire situations or where you need that special tool you don't have, to use those player points.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're going to pull our tokens out of here and put them onto the launch. Let's take Aiden with us, just because he will eventually get back. And then I can pack this map up and take us to orbit. All right. So, right along the plan, right where you said it would be, there is a Type C cargo transport tagged Atlantis dash, and then there's a number, because it's kind of just like a gamer tag situation where you can call your ship whatever you want, but in reality, it's the string of numbers after it that is your unique identifier. But its IFF is clearly broadcasting. It's a space truck. There are dozens of others around it. And it's in a lane that looks like it's going to take us away from the planet of Acadie in the direction of Colchis. It's on kind of a beeline with all the rest of the traffic.
Okay.
Let's try to get closer to it. You said it's with a bunch of traffic. Can we just kind of cruise along and get up alongside of it like it's Fast and Furious?
So, yes and no. You got to understand that in space, close is relative. I say there's a bunch of traffic around. They're still many kilometers apart from each other. Because, you wouldn't want to get it so close. So you could get that distance from it. That distance doesn't let you do any things you want to do, though. There's also, as you can see, asteroids and obstacles that you will need to be maneuvered around.
It's heading away from the planet.
Yes, it's heading away from the planet.
This way, or like that way.
Okay, then I'm gonna bring the launch. Yeah, I'm gonna bring the launch pretty damn close. And during my vector, can I draw on this?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming it's going like this, right?
Sure.
I'm planning on getting like super close along this line, and then while this is going in a straight line, I want to do a mechanics check to start like a smoky kind of exhaust, maybe, and then I'll get on comms and be like, Lannis, I'm having trouble. I'm sorry. This is a proximity alert.
Only one question before we get into that particular conversation is what kind of gas is your ship going to be emitting? Because obviously there's no real smoke in space per se. Unless you really want to set something on fire inside your spaceship. There's a number of substances, however, your ship could be leaking.
Yeah, can I vent CO2?
Sure. You can take the
give it a nice big
you can dump the scrubbers into space. Okay.
All right, I'm back, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we sure can.
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened, but anyway, we're back.
You guys are in space about to make your connection.
Is it a life support
Sweet.
check?
If you want to make a life support check, that would help I rolled for them. I'm not going to lie, they rolled a 4. It's pretty abysmal. Go ahead and make your check. If you beat a 4, it's a guaranteed success.
I beat it.
Okay. All right, so you're putting out stuff. They don't have really good sensors. They have to kind of look out the windows. They have no idea what that gas is, but they can see stuff spewing out the side of the launch. So you're going to get a return hail. Comm panel lights up, and you hear a woman's voice. Launch Delta 3 Omega 5. This is the Atlantis. We could help you if you need. We're relatively close by, and we can match your relative speed if you'd like. We have a tow cable as well.
Atlantis, this is D305. We'd really appreciate the assist out here. Man, you don't run into too many kind souls out in the space, huh?
It's been our experience that most people will help, and we intend to help if we can. We're matching your relative speed now, and if you'd like, we'll bring you into the tow cable array, and then we'll tow you back to port.
Atlantis, that's very kind of you. We'll be sitting here.
All right, so let's
get off, turn comms off. I'm like, can you start that scan?
All right, time for me to go outside. Yeah, spacewalk.
So the launch is relatively small. I won't make it but so small because of the maps. This is going to be slightly notional. But this launch would fit inside of one of the big cargo containers. And as they come relative, they have to turn a little bit vector, and it's going to be like down here that they're going to end up coming alongside. Their tow cables are designed to disconnect and reconnect the cargo containers. They're actually not meant for this, so they kind of turn their butt towards you as they hit you with the cable, and there's a thud on the outside of the hull, and then a ratcheting noise as they start bringing you in relatively close to the ship. You are already outside, Ronan, or you're going outside now?
Going outside now.
Okay, which door are you using? Because this actually has, although it doesn't illustrate it very well on this particular map, there is a door here, like a garage door. And then there's this door, which is actually an airlock door.
Both of those are bad choices.
They're the only
Is
ways
that-
in and out of the ship.
All right. Well, since I'll use the airlock because I can. It's gonna be easier to go out an airlock than out a garage door. There's a lot of air in that garage door the airlock will equalize and everything before I open it. So when it opens, it doesn't
Whoosh.
give away.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't whoosh and show people that I'm doing something here.
Okay. All right, so the airlock opens. Go ahead and give me a vac suit check. The first one is just a standard vac suit check. It's going to be 4 to pass. And it's basically just to get your bearings.
What modifier goes with it?
Vac suit is a skill, and then you can use dexterity for your maneuvering.
I will use dexterity and vac suit, which will give me a whole whopping 7.
Way more than you need. So, considering that's a relatively good roll for that part, you come out of the ship's airlock. You're underneath the Type C cargo transport. The tow cable is pulling you up towards what looks like a standard dock grapple, as though it's almost as though it's designed to tow a launch if it needs to, which is a non-standard feature for this type of ship. And you get outside just in time to see the umbilical reach down and clamp into the launch. This means that there is now a physical connection between the launch and the Type C. And once that is established, the Type C turns on its brakes, and you suddenly find yourself accelerating super far forward. On this little thing, you see that big antenna dish that hangs below it.
Mm-hmm.
You end up grappling onto that because it accelerates so quickly that your vac suit isn't quite able to slow you down enough. So you end up kind of smacking into that. Well, I'm using your plus for your effect. So you're now kind of clinging onto that as the ship is slowing itself. And you feel like you're going to need to wait for them to stop maneuvering to do anything else. O-dubs, you guys have faked a mechanical distress and asked the ship to tow you. Ghost has done a little bit of chatting back and forth with them, but not much. What are you doing?
Ooh. Don't know. I'm trying to play catch up from where I lost my internet there. So they.
Feel free to ask questions.
All right. So they're making their walk. He's already kind of connected to the dish. He's making it. So again, we have Ghost is actually making the communications with them. I'm actually just making sure I'm assisting. I'm assisting Holmes and making sure his connection's good and that he's not going to go anywhere he shouldn't be going.
Okay.
If you're assisting me, you got to be outside.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you would do that without being outside.
All right. So you're tethered to the outside of it, right?
At the moment, yes.
So you're tethered to the ship. You're tethered to our launch, but also heading over and somewhat tethered over to the dish, right?
Nope, I am tethered to the dish and only. Well, I'm holding on
only
to the
the
dish.
dish.
I have not attached my tether yet, which I
Yeah.
need to do.
Yeah, he
Gotcha.
is not tethered to anything. He was using maneuvering thrusters. He got himself a thrust gun, but he can't.
Okay.
He couldn't slow down fast enough, so he had to like grab hold of the dish.
Okay. So they're great to connect to us to help us out, right? Since we feigned a problem with the ship.
And they're towing you back to the starport.
So I'm just getting myself ready. I'm trying to get myself hidden in the back because I don't want to be a third person that they know I'm available in case something weird goes down. I want them to know that there's only one person so far that they're dealing with.
Okay.
So Holmes is somebody that doesn't exist, and I want to
Mhm.
be a person that doesn't exist as well in case they come on the ship.
They're not going to come on the ship, so let me see if I can give you a better description. Your launch is underneath their ship. It's underneath the big engine we were talking about earlier.
Okay.
They can't even look out a window and see you.
Oh, all right.
It's basically it's got a grapple hook on the bottom that is latched onto the top of the launch. For piracy reasons, it is not unusual for a cargo ship like this to not want you to be able to get to the airlock. So they put you in a position where you can't even maneuver the launch at this point. If you do, you'd be fighting their thrusters. With that said, you are in and amongst the back cargo containers in the engine.
Mhm.
So if that makes more sense to where you're at. Okay.
So I'm in this back section, basically.
Someone made off with the launch. I don't know what they do. Oh.
I'm right here.
Oh,
Yeah.
there
We're
it is.
underneath.
I see what you're doing. That's probably a good idea. Yes, you're underneath there.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes a little more sense.
It's a
Okay.
lot smaller than that. That's closer to right. Maybe like... See, it's got to fit in here. So like that.
Do we have any kind of windows in the launch at all?
Yeah, you've got a canopy up front, but not much. It's pretty limited bandwidth.
Not much. So I think I actually want to go up there and take a look around while we're connected to the ship. I want to see if there's anything that I can see that's going on with this specific ship that might be of interest.
Well, it's got a clamp. That's pretty cool.
I mean, that's not
Well, I mean,
that's not obscenely cool, but it is unusual. It's actually called a docking clamp, which, you know, does what it says in the 10. Okay, so Thodubs, if you want to go ahead and make some mechanics checks, I'll let you like crane your neck. It's going to be very difficult just because your window's really small, so unless you're going to get in an EVA suit and go outside and look, your field of view is just really obstructed. You can see the underbelly of the forward section is basically all you can see. You can also directly in front of you see Holmes clinging from the front antenna.
okay.
Which is probably a little nerve-wracking for you guys. Ghost, what are you doing?
I'm gonna open the comms back up and be like, "Hey, what's with the brakes, Atlantis?"
We're heading out system, and we have to take you back. So the fastest way for us to do that is to use the brakes. Eventually, we will flip and burn, which will happen in just a few minutes. But we'll give you a warning before we do it. I don't want to get you guys, space sick or anything.
Appreciate that. Now, I'm gonna get over to my life support fixing. So I guess I'm gonna leave the comm open if you just yell if you need anything.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna fix my scrubber situation.
You can do that. You vaguely remember Luca saying something about flip and burn being an aggressive maneuver.
Yeah, isn't that like the crazy Ivan?
It's not like a crazy Ivan, but in space, if you're headed in one direction and you have one main thruster, you flip and then you burn that thruster at full burn. It can be quite a few G's to do it, which if you're sitting in your seat and you're strapped in, not so big of a deal. I mean, it's not comfortable, but it's not so big of a deal. If you were, say, clinging for life to the outside by an antenna and they do that, you might go into space forever. Speaking of which, Ronan, how are you doing? What are you doing at this point?
First thing I'm doing is attaching my tether to the dish.
Okay, that seems like a wise precaution.
Second thing I'm doing is, as I do have skill in communications, is that a radar dish or is that like a communications array?
So that is a communications array. It is in fact most likely the antenna dish they were using to communicate with the surface.
I'm going to, now that I'm tethered in and wedged up into the a nice comfortable position, In there, I'm going to see if I can make a connection with their ship's computer.
Okay. So there is a physical access panel you need to open. I believe you specified that you were bringing a set of tools. Yep, you're bringing your multi-tool. So what I really want to know about this before I give you the actual check to do is how subtle are you being? Are you trying to take this apart and put it back together exactly the way it was so that if they go back and look at it afterwards, they won't know you were here? Or are you just going to take the panel off, fling it off into space, and just cut your way in?
I'm going to attempt to do it sneaky-like.
Okay, that will make the check more difficult because you have to do things like keep track of screws while traveling through space. But we're going to say this is not completely outside of the realm of things you've done in your training. So what I would like to get first is a simple mechanics check. Give me a 4 to pass mechanics check.
It should be me out there.
Yeah, mechanics isn't my thing.
You say that this roll. You wait till we get to the next couple rolls.
I know, the piloting roll.
Well, I was thinking more along the lines of he's got to slice into the computer, get into the communications log, and decrypt everything, or at least download it to his pad.
Oh, being that I am mechanically dumb, but let's see, 6 minus 3 plus 1 gives me a whole whopping 4.
Okay. 4 is what you needed to pass. So if you meet it, you pass it. That's what you needed. So I'm not going to say that it's easy for your character. I'm going to say your blood pressure's a little up because you almost lost the screws 3 or 4 times, and in space, when you drop the screw, it's just gone forever. So you do manage to get everything taken off. You're looking at a standard terminal interface. You plug your pad in. This ship is built on a budget. Like, this is the space box truck. So it's not really all that difficult for you to like get into the basic part of it, but you are going to have to do a check, especially if you want to do it cleanly, which you've stated that you do. So the first thing is I want to know, and we're not going to go super deep into the technical side, but what sort of access are you trying to get, and what are you trying to access? For example, I want to access the communications log as root, or I want to just see what general stuff is on the system at a user level, or I want, current status readouts of the ship, that kind of stuff.
So I'm going to start with the current user access to see comms logs, manifests, stuff like that. Nothing, not digging in just yet, and navigation logs.
Okay. All right, so the first thing you're going to notice... oh, wait, I need to have you make a roll. I can't just assume you're going to pass. That's a bad idea. Go ahead and give me a computers check. Electronics computers. To gain access. Remember to add your intrusion rating to your computer skill and your education modifier.
Grand total of a 9.
Okay, a 9 is exactly what you need to pass. So you get in there, and the first thing you notice is there are only 2 user accounts. Whoever's been scrubbing this system is competent as far as cleaning up their logs, doing electronics. Like they've had at least 101 cybersecurity. They understand how to keep things clean and locked down. Furthermore, the user that's doing that is actively logged in right now.
Okay. Like he's actively logged in and cleaning up the system and stuff like that?
Not actively cleaning it. Well, you wouldn't be able to tell that. You more or less just did a who's on the system command, and it said, hey, this user that is marked as the admin is logged in right now.
All right. We've got an admin account and a user account, and the admin's online right now.
Yep. Well, actually, they have very specific. There's no generic accounts. I'm just going to throw that out there. They're very specific accounts. So you as a user might come up as an anomaly if they think to check it. So far, you're good. You're logged in. As far as being able to see just what basic levels available by default, it gives you only the most basic access of status of the ship. The cargo that they have on board has been loaded. The flight plan is confirmed. It doesn't actually let you view what those specifics are, but you can see that they're green. Their status is green. If you want to delve deeper for more info, you're going to have to do some additional slicing. The comm array is actually showing an error right now.
Because I'm plugged into it.
That is correct.
Alrighty. Can I now take steps to hide my presence, like clear the comm alarm, like
Yeah,
have
absolutely.
it-
Give me another computer's roll. This one will be a 9+. And while you're rolling that, we're going to go back to Ghosts and Thodubs. At this point, judging by my dice rolls, it's only been 2 actual minutes. It probably feels like a lot longer than that to you guys.
I'm sweating. God damn it, man! What's taking him so long?
You guys can see him. He's one of the few things you can see through the porthole.
I don't know, but he better hurry up.
Can
assume you
I?
have open comms with them, right?
I thought we were trying to stay quiet.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know if we... Okay, that's fine.
just remember that you have an open comm with the other ship right now.
Yes.
Please don't talk about me.
Right.
Copy.
Hey, let us know when that turn and burn's gonna be. Make sure that I'm seat belted, because I'm currently over here messing with these scrubbers.
Yep, we're under heavy load, so we're going to want to break for another minute or two before we do it. We'll give you a 30-second warning unless you think you need more.
Oh yeah, maybe a minute. I'm not loaded. It's just me in here, but I'm like ankle deep in scrubber parts.
10-4. That was a different woman's voice.
Oh. So, like, just conversationally, what are you hauling?
Actually, mostly data. We do mail runs and we do special courier services for clients. Right now, we're on the Colchis Acadie run, contracting out to various corporate interests.
So, like, running mail?
Yep, we run mail, both physical and digital.
I was thinking about getting into that too. Is it you got like retirement and stuff?
No, we're
Sorry
independent.
for asking.
We're independent contractors. I mean, it's getting to be a big business now with jump drive technology and jump 2 technology being more available to the common man. I mean, these Type Cs, they are becoming prolific here in the islands, and they have made it so that we can go places we couldn't go before. But it also means that there's now business and trade opportunities there never were before. We found the courier business to be pretty lucrative.
Yeah, as long as you can afford the fuel, right? Like, it's a fucking nightmare out here.
That is true. Fuel costs a fortune. I mean, we all grew up out here, so we're kind of used to that being a thing.
Oh, gotcha.
You best, if you want to get into business, pro tip, the best thing to do is to find some pirate station on an ice asteroid or a planet that's cracking water into fuel. It's less economical that way to do it, but out here, you know, you can find a small operation that'll sell you just at a slight discount as long as you don't need too much. Obviously, they don't want any huge liners, like any huge freighters pulling in and sucking them dry, but a Type C transport like this, we only need about 22 tons to fill the tank.
And you buy from pirates?
We don't buy from pirates, obviously. You don't want to be a cargo merchant and hanging around with them too much, but independent operators, scavengers, not less than legal operations, we'll say. But still, there's a big gap between them and pirates that'll raid your cargo. You got to be very careful out here. If we weren't on the Colchis run, we'd actually have a fighter in the bay right now, running escort.
So my crew and I are we've got a ship. We're building it up. If we wanted to, like, jump into the mail and data transport business, who would we... Is there, like, a company out there that's doing it?
It's usually different per system. That's half the problem out here. See, if you go out into the Alliance space, the big boys in the galaxy outside of our little corner, they have like a government-wide agency you can just pick up from. Once you're certified, you're certified. But here, it's every planet you go to does it differently, and you have to negotiate. That is also what makes it more lucrative. You can charge a lot more when they hassle you. Go ahead and roll me a cruise.
Okay.
Or anything in the charm thing. A cruise is probably not the exact right skill because you're not drinking or anything. But if you have it, and it looks like you do.
I do have a 1 in Carouse.
Yeah, well, you're making conversation.
Yeah, we're the working men.
Yeah.
Stiffs. Girls, they're women. I rolled a 7. I've got a 1 in Carouse, and then my social's 0. So it's an 8.
An 8 is a pass. Yeah, they continue having casual conversation along those lines. Not that you have to stop asking questions, but you are above suspicion for the moment. Thodubs, what are you doing?
Well, I'm listening to the conversation and just trying to pass some additional questions across to Ghost here. I also love watching Holmes to see if he's making any movement of heading back towards the ship at all.
He is not. He looks thoroughly engrossed. He's basically strapped himself to the strut with the antenna on it, and he's sitting there just tapping away on his pipe, on his platform. I'd like to point out that you guys have not specified that you have any comms with him. In fact, you seem to have said that you don't. So he probably doesn't know that the ship is about to flip over and go to full burn.
That's correct. I have not told him that yet.
Do we have a way of transferring comms so he can listen into our conversation at least?
If you have the comms skill, you can try to splice him in a one-way thing. Otherwise, you'll have to just add him to the channel, which might be noticed.
I do have a comms skill. Actually, It says comms skill of 1.
That is a good comms skill. You should probably attempt to do that. There's 2 ways you can do it. You can attempt to just add him to the channel quietly, which will give him full and real-time access, or you can set up a relay, which is it's less likely to be detected, but it's harder to do.
Okay. And he doesn't know this is going to happen, though. That's the other part of this, right? So
that is true. His comm is just going to beep like you got a call.
Okay.
Alternatively,
but I can set it up.
You could just call him.
Well, I don't know if I want to. The chances of them intercepting our call, though, what is that like?
It depends on how slick their comms operator is and how close of attention they're paying. But it is not a high probability in any case.
Okay. I think what...
It is going to be a roll.
Is there a way I can send him a quick message, like a text message or something like that, instead of actually opening up a full communication?
Yep. You can do burst transmissions, and those are much less likely to be detected.
So I'd like to do a burst transmission to him, so it just kind of pops up on his screen real quick so he can see it and be able to read it real quick. I just want to let him know that we're going to attempt to patch in the call in, basically our discussion with the ship in basically a one-way mode only, so he can only listen, but he will not be able to communicate back on.
Okay.
You could also just text him, be like, "They're about to flip and burn."
Well, I in some ways I kind of want to know if he can hear what we're talking about too. I think that might be good. Well, I mean, yeah, we could do the flip and burn thing, but if we do end up doing like a countdown or anything like that, it'd be valuable for him to be able to hear that.
Agreed.
I'm sure they're not going to just hit a button and hey, let's just flip and burn. So, plus it might be valuable if he's actually searching for information that's on the system. He might have some additional questions to. Well, I don't know. He wouldn't be able to communicate back, but he might be able to do a burst message or something. But
okay, go ahead and do your comm roll. It is a 6 to pass.
And I have a 7.
Okay. He joins the channel. On your screen, he's joined the channel. but you have managed to obfuscate it so that it doesn't show up on the other end. So he can now hear in real time everything that's being said during this conversation. And I'm going to go ahead, since all of that happened at the same time, and say that Holmes can have heard that entire conversation Ghost just had, including the part about giving warning before flipping and burning.
There we go.
All right, Holmes. How did your check go that I asked you for at the end of last round?
10.
Excellent. Okay, so that's plenty of success. All right. So, and you were trying to cover your tracks. So we're going to say that you silenced the alarm, and you added yourself as basically the same user ID that's already authorized, but there's like a second login now. You're that user.
Sweet. Well, for me to get more information, I'm going to have to dig deeper. So I will start with, as we've already got a little bit of information about where they're going and whatnot, I'm going to start digging into their cargo and former cargo, like what they've been carrying.
Okay, so you want to open the cargo manifest folder. Okay, you go in there. This user has permissions to look into the files. You will notice immediately that some of the files are encrypted, and you don't see any obvious keys laying around for them. Some of them are plain text. Some of them are encrypted. They seem to be divided into physical cargo and digital cargo.
I want to look into, do both physical and digital have encrypted and plain text?
Yeah, the encrypted files seem to be depending on what client and what level of an anonymity they want and are paying for.
Do any of them, can I see the client names and whatnot?
On some of them you can. You want to run a find command for one of them?
Yeah, Thorn.
Okay, no results for Thorn.
We know the timestamp that it was sent, right?
For the most recent packet, yes.
Good call. Can I look at up the timestamps for the time where we know that it got sent, because we were in the building trying to listen to it?
Yep, you sure can. And you do find an encrypted packet.
Here goes
What's the
nothing.
username?
I don't know.
It doesn't even matter.
Going to try to slice my way into that file.
Okay, you want to try to decrypt it right here on the spot? Because you can just download it.
Oh, I'm going to download it then. We'll decrypt it later.
Get Luca on that.
Okay, so it's a small file and it doesn't take very much time at all. Okay, while you're doing that, we're going to go back to Ghost. Okay, what we're going to do now is give you a minute because Ghost is muted.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah. But I'm going to run to the head. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I will take this time to also go use the facilities and be right back.
Be careful.
I'll need it.
This ad break is brought to us by... I have no idea. I wonder if I can play music. Oh no, Thobes is gone.
Charmin. Keep.
It's just me and you folks.
It's a vicious trade-off. Either I take the energy drink during the beginning of the stream and I have to go a lot, or I come back and I don't take the energy drink and I fall asleep towards the end.
Yep.
So, anyway, so Ghost. He's still out there tip-tap-tappity. Thodubs is over there on the console. He's doing something that you can't really see. You do see Holmes come into the channel. What are you doing?
So I think Thodub's DC'd.
Oh,
I don't think he's here anymore. Again.
okay.
I'm coming back.
Oh, you're coming back?
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Sorry, guys.
It's all good. We'll start with Ghost anyway, because I'm just going in that order. It's easier.
Yeah. So let's establish, do I have communication with Holmes?
You can
no?
you can establish communications with Holmes, but you don't currently have it established.
Okay.
Running a constant connection to him will, first off, you'll have to mute your conversation with the ship. Second,
Yeah.
it can be detected if it's a constant communication. It's, like I said, it's not highly likely, but it is a dice roll, so I feel the need to warn you about it, because you know how the dice are.
I think we were just sending like small communications back to him, like small notes or something like that.
Yeah,
Like a text message.
Yeah, the equivalent of a text message or a short burst transmission. You still get a roll, but they basically have to roll boxcars with their sensors to see it.
Gotcha.
So that's the safest way to do it. Doesn't mean it's foolproof.
I'm going to... Is there anything that I need to do to the launch to prepare for this turn and burn to make it just softer on us?
Not to the launch itself, but you guys are going to want to be strapped in.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move.
There's going to be some G forces involved. It's also worth noting that you're latched on now, so you're kind of in this ride. Even if you wanted to disembark right now, like if you wanted to fly off on your own, unless they release the landing clamp, you're not going anywhere.
Right.
So it's just something to keep in mind. Yeah, so that's it. You just want to make sure that you're strapped in good and tight.
Yeah, and then I'm going to continue a conversation. So I'm going to say, like, hey, my name's Kevin. You know, what's y'all's? I really appreciate you picking me up.
Well, hi, Kevin. I'm Anita, and yeah, I mean, we've helped out people before. I mean, those shuttles, that actually looks like a relatively new shuttle that launch you're in. I'm surprised you're having issues. Most of the shuttles we pick up are the old school orbital shuttles. The models I'm talking about, the type, it's like C4 or something like that. The ones that are built here in the islands, they're getting pretty old, and sometimes people try to take them on longer hauls than they're worth, and yeah, we've picked up a few actually over the time. It's one of the reasons we got the docking clamp on there.
Well, we really appreciate it. Thank you, Anita. Anita, who's your friend? Do you guys jump together all the time, and you just do the Colchis to Acadie run?
Oh yeah, me and my cousin, we started this business. She's a computer geek. She said it quietly into the microphone, and I fly the ship. But it's nice to have her around because she also takes care of all the data transfers and all the tech stuff, and she negotiates with the more difficult clients.
Yeah, somebody's got to do the paperwork. Get that.
So, but yeah, it's actually been pretty good living for both of us. I think that I'll probably put another 6 months to a year into just running just straight cargo runs, and then our planning is that we'll bring more family members in. We'll take a vacation from doing this because you can make a lot of money, and then someone else will take a year or two doing it, and then we'll come back for another shift kind of deal.
Yeah, I think owner-operator is the way to go. Especially when you can pick your own cargo, which it seems like you have. Some people don't have that luxury, and they have to move whatever they can get.
We are susceptible to having to move what we can get, but courier services are usually bonded cargo, so the cargo containers get loaded on and off for us. We don't have to worry about like going out and buying the cargo. They're almost always sealed cargo units. It's relatively low hassle for cargo, but also that means that sometimes we're transporting nuclear waste and we don't know. So that's always fun.
Right. Oh man. Hey, do you ever get out to New Home at all, or this is just your only jumping points?
We have been out to New Home. We've actually made it all the way as far as New Colchis. We have not been to the Serendip Belt yet, but we would like to go. I've heard you can get some pretty significant upgrades pretty cheap in their star yards. Also, we like making the run here at Acadie because Montage and Acadie will sell anything to anyone. So, some of the upgrades, like the docking clamp we had put on over at Montage, and it cost us pennies on the dollar. Of course, it's got some unique fittings to it, but it cost us a fraction of what it would have cost anywhere else. And the docking clamps for the fighters that we can put in the bays, we got those put in a Montage too.
You carry fighters a lot?
Only when we're making the riskier runs. We're actually from Colchis. So we like to make the runs that are close to Colchis, but if you ever have to go out towards like Joyce, sometimes even making the run to New Colchis is difficult and strained, and anytime where you got to stop over at some of the shadier ports, it's worth handing over that one bay to the fighter. The downside is you got to put some planning in ahead of time. Like, you don't want to jump as close as you can to the outer limit, because that's where the pirates are. You want to jump further out. It does mean your burns are longer, but you need your burns to be longer because you've got to have a pilot go from the cockpit of the cargo ship to the fighter and escort you in. And if pirates are going to get you, that's what they're going to get you.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so they carry on like that. Go ahead and give me another carouse roll. If Thodubs is still with us, we'll see what he's doing.
I am still here. So got the comm stuff connected. Everything looks good as far as communications. I just want to check status on communication. I'm sure everything is going well. Looking to see if there's any additional communication as far as burst messages coming from Holmes. Didn't know if anything was coming from him at all. If he was bursting us status. Or better yet, I'd like to actually burst him a status.
Okay. I mean, he's listening in on the comm thing yet, so as we'll see if he sends you a status. Is all you want to do with comms? They don't want to do anything else? I'm going to take that as yes. Ghost, you rolled a 7?
Yes.
I did.
Okay, that's actually a fail. So, but it's a fail by 1. So I'm thinking of doing this thing, and we're going to try it out and see how it works. If you would like, you may spend a player point to make that an 8.
Oh, I'll do that.
Okay. So go ahead and take your player point down by 1. That's now an 8. I'm only going to let you do it if you miss it by 1. We're not going to do it the style of luck score.
Right.
So normally when you're 1 short of passing, there's a rule in the rule book that says you can take a consequence and just make it a pass. I'm going to add, since you guys aren't using your player points as much as I would like as the GM, I'm going to add, you may either take a consequence or spend a player point to make it a pass. And I think that's...
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I think it's probably going to be okay. We'll see how it all works out. Okay, so we're going to move on to Ronan. How did your checks go?
I didn't roll any checks yet. I was downloading stuff.
Oh, I thought I had you doing a check. My bad. I tried to end it on rolling something. Okay, so you've gotten that one packet downloaded. You're looking through the logs of the ship. What else do you want to do while you're here? Or are you done?
I am not done. I want to search for any words in the cargo manifest for hotel or...
Okay.
Yep.
Search the word hotel. There are no hits.
And then I would like to looking through notes. Yep. Shift over to navigation logs.
Okay.
See if I can get deeper into them.
There are a series of flight plans. None of them appear to be encrypted.
Can I just download their entire navigation log?
So you can, but that's going to take a minute. Unlike the encrypted file you downloaded earlier, this thing's the equivalent of several gigs over like a standard USB. So it's going to be like an 8 to 10 minute download.
I want to search then to see if they have gone to where's it? Verzinslust or Holland.
Herzenslust?
Yes, that one.
Yeah, they have not. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to check something real quick. They may have been there. They have been to Herzenslust for refueling stops several times.
Can you?
Okay.
So you got like a specific heavy encryption file. Hopefully, it's the one we were looking for. Does that encryption key or style match any other data that's in here? Can we pull like to like?
Oh. That's going to be a computer's check, but that's a good thing if you want to try to do that. Basically, you want to see if anything else is using the same encryption algorithm as that.
Right.
Sounds like a smart thing to do.
Okay. That's going to need to be a check. And downloading their flight paths and doing that are going to be mutually exclusive for a turn. You can do them one after the other if you want.
Well, since I'm already doing the flight pass, I'm gonna. As I already said, I was gonna do them. I'm gonna continue doing those. Have they ever been to Holland?
Holland is here at Acadie.
Yeah, that's a place
Oh
here.
yeah, no, they did not land the giant ship. Yeah, I think that's all that I want to look for in the flight path.
Okay. Do you want to download any of their plans?
I do want to download all of the records on the times that they went to Words List and their current where they just came from and where they're going.
Okay. That's a shorter download, but it's still going to be a couple of minutes.
Standing by to support.
Okay. You hit the button and your tablet starts downloading, or phone starts downloading. And we're going to go around to Ghost, and Ghost, you're going to get a ping from the ship where they're going to be like, hey, this is Anita. We're about to flip a turn and burn. It's going to be 60 seconds out.
Thanks, Anita. I'm going to forward that text over and be like, you should hold on, everybody. Hey, Anita's cousin. Are you single?
You can almost hear the rolling of the eyes as Rachel is like, not interested. Yeah.
Not interested?
Not interested.
But single.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll drop that.
I should have made you roll a like a what is the romance one? Is it persuade? It's not persuade. Oh well, opportunity lost.
Oh, not a carouse.
It can be carouse under certain circumstances. We could have used it for that. Thodubs, are you still doing the same thing you were doing? I would encourage you to think outside of the box a little bit.
Outside the box.
Hmm?
Well, I'm kind of wondering, do we need to actually give Ronan more time out there? Or is he running schedule? I mean, are we going to be in a place where our maneuvers and they're fixing us up too quick where...
It's going to take them at least an hour to get you guys back to the spaceport. He's got a lot of time.
Plenty of time. Gotcha. I'd like to see if there's any other comms or communications or anything like that going on the ship that we can't hear.
Okay, give me a comms check. You're just going to scan the bandwidths around.
Correct. Seven.
Would you like to spend a player point to make that an 8?
Absolutely.
Okay. Take away a player point. You don't detect any outgoing communications from the Atlantis. However, as you're flipping through the bandwidths, you come across a sensor band that says that there is like a passive laser sensor that's tagging the Atlantis. And while that's normal for a starport to be doing it, it's not coming from the direction of the starport. Someone is watching this ship very closely.
Copy.
All right. Ronan, you're still downloading. We're just going to go to the flip unless anyone has any objections to that.
Holding on tight.
Can he figure out where that's coming from? Who's watching?
That's a thing that he will be able to figure out if he would like, yes.
Absolutely. I assume I have to wait my turn, right?
Two people are talking at the same time.
Well, I just assume I have to wait my turn before I can do any additional playing.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're gonna need it, but we were gonna skip to the flip. So if you want to make another roll to try to figure stuff out, you can do that. It's still a communications roll, and it's still an 8 to pass.
No, I definitely want to find out where it's coming from. See if I can get any additional details. Where, possibly who. Any type of information.
If you pass, what you're gonna get is a vector. Like you're gonna know where the ship is, and you're gonna know the vector the transmission's coming from in a straight line.
Okay.
It won't tell you how far away it is, but it'll tell you what direction it's coming from.
Gotcha. So it won't give me a distance at all, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Probably still be valuable to know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, combined with your current location, it will tell you a path you can go on to find it.
Okay, so I got a 9.
Okay, you crushed that. So you get a vector. It's pointing back towards the planet of Acadie, but in a different position than where the starport is. It's actually quite dramatically different. From where it's pointing, it might be something that's either over the horizon on the planet or is a small satellite in orbit. Unfortunately, you can't censor a satellite from this distance. It's too far away. You'd have to fly over there to get a better look. But it is information.
Okay, so basically somebody is tracking it from Arcadia then.
From Acadia. Acadia. Say yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, say Acadia. No, it's Acadia.
Yeah, mix up. Yeah, Acadie.
Okay. So now what I need, the people in the shuttle, this you don't even have to make a check. If you're strapped into your chairs, it's not a above standard G load, it's just an uncomfortable G load. However, for someone tethered to the communication disk array, I'd like to know how much slack you've given your cable first.
How much slack I've given my cable?
Yes. Have you left slack in the cable, or are you strapped tightly to the radio tower?
I am strapped tightly tied to it, like as much as I can get myself.
Okay. Have you taken the precaution of wrapping it around you, or is it still just tethered through the winch in your vac suit?
Oh, it is. I've wrapped myself around me and the bar, and
okay. Let me just.
Hopefully not strong enough for it to rip you in half.
The turn won't be that bad, but he is looking at potential injury. but it's a trade-off because strapping himself in that way means he's not going to go anywhere. You don't even have to make a roll to hang on, but you do have to make a roll to resist the pain as the cable is now biting into you. I also rolled for your vac suit's integrity, which you will be happy to know that it passed and did not rip during this maneuver.
Well, that's good to know.
Yep. So I just need a roll from you. It's a physical characteristic. It can be endurance or strength. But you can't use dexterity for this one. And if you have a point in any of those skills, which it doesn't look like you do, you can add that to it.
Nope, I don't have anything in endurance or strength.
Okay.
So it looks like I'm going with no modifiers.
All right. Well,
Great dice.
It'll be a rough roll because it's an 8 to pass.
7?
7. You can
And a player point?
play 7 and a player point will keep you from being injured. Okay. It is super uncomfortable, and you're probably breathing pretty heavy as it is pushed down on your diaphragm. But basically, this ship just went, ass over tea kettle, and then they turned their main thruster on at full power. Briefly, you endured 7 or 8 Gs, which is a lot for a human. Your suits and your ship is designed to mitigate that effect slightly. So that's going to help you. But it's still very uncomfortable. And it's also only brief 7 or 8 Gs. Then it goes down to a 2 or 3 G, which is still uncomfortable, but much more tolerable. And then before you know it, you're just heading in the other direction. All right.
Not a roller coaster I want to do again?
No. If you had failed by just that one and not use the player point, I was going to have you upchuck in your helmet, which is going to be fun.
Oh yeah.
But since you used your player point, you held your cookies down.
A lifetime of playing in space. That's what it gives me. Yeah.
All right. So, you guys are headed back towards the planet now. Your your tablet beeps, and the download of the files you've requested is complete.
Moving on to double checking the encryption style to see if there's anything else like it available.
Okay, go ahead and do a computers check. That is going to be a 4 or higher to pass.
7? Nope, 10.
That's a super good pass. That's such a good pass that is there one other thing you want to do in this directory? You're in the manifest directory, by the way.
Can I just go through looking for anything suspicious, abnormal, etc., from all the plain text stuff?
Sure. Something is going to catch your eye. It's not a manifest. It's a handling caveat. It's been written by Rachel. The thing that catches your eye about it is it says Crux Corp on it. The title of the file is Handling Caveats.
I'm going to download that file.
Okay. And we're going to go back to Ghost. Ghost, they finished the maneuver. In you guys' acceleration seats, it's not that bad. But you got your eyes on Holmes the whole time, and there is one point in which all of his limbs are like stretched out. The only thing holding him in are those cables.
Oof. And I saw him get like super white behind his helmet.
I think he might be slightly taller.
So I'm going to tell Anita that I'm going to get back up out of the seat and keep working on the scrubbers.
10-4.
But man, I guess I want to use and investigate, but like I don't really know how to use it. Maybe I could persuade them to.
Investigate's the kind of thing you would use to either analyze the existing files that he's already got, or like post decryption, obviously. Or if you were, say, in the cargo hold, you would use it to look through the labels of the crates as for clues and stuff like that. There are other ways you could use it too, but it's not usually a conversational thing unless you're interrogating someone. But if you really want to use it, I'll let you try to use it in concert with Karuz. You're gonna need to give me some very specific objective.
Yeah. So I think actually I want to use Persuade, and I want to just bring up Crux Corp to Anita, who seemed friendlier than Rachel, and just see what her base reaction is when I say the name Crux Corp.
Okay, so you guys are chatting back and forth. Let's see, how would you bring it up?
I mean, we're headed back to Acadie. I know that Crux Corp's there. I would bring up that we've got the ship that we're trying to fix up, and it's sitting out there. Oh, man. I guess, yeah, I'm just going to bring up that we're in close proximity to the tower that had Crux Corp in it. And just bring up that Crux Corp's there. I don't know any other way to do it.
Okay. You can give me a Persuade or a Karuz. It's going to be a 7 to pass.
Maybe say something to the effect of how you used to work for him or something like that. You used to do contracting stuff for Crux Corp and previously, and now you're looking at venturing into different things, or I don't know.
See how this roll goes. Badly. It's a 6 total.
Okay. Getting a weird noise from one of you. Can't tell which one though. Every time I flip back to the screen, no one's highlighted.
It is Ronin.
Weird. I'm not making any noise.
No, I
am.
Yeah, it was just kind of popping up every once in a while. I could see a light up every few times with a weird noise. That's all.
So, Ghost, you're gonna bring up Crux Corp, and she's gonna give you a very rehearsed line of, "Sorry, they're customers, so we can't talk about them."
Oh, okay, no problem. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that alone then. It's a bad idea.
All right. No-dubs, you triangulated as much as you can from that satellite. It is still actively pinging the Atlantis. Definitely, now the ship's turned all the way back around, there's no way it's a coincidence. Anything else you'd like to try?
So I'm assuming that since we are, that they are actually helping us, they're kind of diverging somewhat from their known course. Would that be true?
That is absolutely true.
If that's the case, I'd like to continue to scan for any additional communications that might, I'm assuming whoever is tracking may want to know why they're diverging off of course.
That is a true thing that they might want to do. Go ahead and roll me a comms check.
Eight.
Okay. You do catch a snippet of a transmission. It's actually from the starport, though. It's not from the satellite. Asking why they've diverted from their flight plan. And you'll catch enough of it because it's not encrypted or anything to kind of get the text reply from them saying, answering ship distress signal, towing launch back to starport, will resume flight plan after.
Okay, copy.
That's from the official authorities. That's not from the satellite tracking them.
Yep, gotcha.
Okay, Ronan?
Sorry, taking mute off from my weird, funny sounds that I'm making. So, to make sure I understood the last part correctly, I got the handling caveats from the Crux Corp.
Mhm.
Did I get that from the plain text search or from the
It's from the
encrypted?
that's from plain text. You could just read that one if you wanted.
I definitely want to read that one.
Okay.
Did I?
So it's a personal note from Rachel that's kind of left in there both to remind her and anyone working with her that the Crux Corp guys are not effing around. They have been sealing their cargo in welded shut containers that you cannot open. And their contract implies that they will kill you if you try to open it. Which she really is unhappy, you can tell from the gist of this memo, about doing business with anyone who includes that kind of precaution. In her mind, no good can possibly come of moving these containers.
Got it.
Oh, also, oh, no, you wouldn't be in this directory. Sorry.
I'm still hanging out in the cargo directory at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, the cargo directory would have somewhat of a current layout of what cargo's in there. They're not full by any measure. There are several cargo pallets that are marked data racks. You're guessing that's the mail. But also, it's got... in the car, it probably would. It's got access codes for the cargo container doors.
I'm definitely downloading those.
Okay. Anything else?
Did I find anything else from the encrypted, similar encrypted?
You did find 3 or 4 other deliveries that are obviously Crux Corp deliveries. All of them are going from Colchis to Acadie. There is also a file in there that looks like no, you've already downloaded the heavily, well, it's not heavily encrypted. The encrypted file that you downloaded from the timestamp, you already have that. So that other lead would have just led you to that. So yeah, you've actually mined pretty much all the information out of this thing that you think you're gonna get.
And I want to check. Are there any of the Crux Core containers on the ship currently?
Not currently. Well, not that you know of. Those encrypted files could contain more, but there's nothing on the unencrypted manifest that would tell you that.
Got it.
The only other way for you to check would be to go into the cargo containers.
That I know are sealed and welded. And oh no, that's the containers themselves, not the ship's containers.
Yeah, the ship's cargo bays are what you have access codes to, and that you could get in and walk around amongst the cargo containers. Of course, that's risky for a number of reasons, but you would be able to visually inspect for those kind of containers, and now you know that they'll be welded shut, which is incredibly unusual. It basically destroys the container because you have to grind it open.
But I have a sneaking suspicion that we're not opening one of those containers without them knowing it.
It's almost certainly true.
I'm going to send a quick burst text message back to Thodubs and Ghost, letting him know that I've got some cargo files and flight files, getting ready to disconnect and head back to the ship.
Sounds good. Be safe.
Okay.
I don't think we were as sneaky as we wanted to be. I think we were maybe under the radar of somebody at the Crux Corp too. So, like, cover your tracks if you can.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to disconnect and put the panel back in. That's going to be a mechanics check. It's a 4 to pass.
I'm going to do all, like, delete my extra account and all that kind of stuff as
Okay.
well.
Go ahead and do a computers check as well then.
Seven for the computers.
Would you like to make that an 8 to pass?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now we're burning these points.
Yeah,
Well,
my rolls are amazing.
that was the whole point of it. Like, I was giving you a currency that you guys are just hoarding, and I don't want that.
I do that with potions too.
Yeah. Now mechanics to put the panel back together.
Mhm.
Well, hi.
There you go.
9, but +1 -2 for a total of 7.
Oh, you have a -2?
I'm not trained in mechanics at all, so I have a -3.
Oh. All right.
Should have been me.
Well, that's a 7 with an 8. Oh, no, that's a 4 to pass. So you're good. The mechanics check was just screwing a panel back in. So that still passes.
Use the screwdriver.
Yeah. So you pass that check. So now all you have to do is spacewalk back to the ship.
Is that all?
Yeah. No pressure.
All right.
Get it?
and we're
Because
on-
it's vacuum.
So
yeah, literally no pressure.
yeah, Ghost and Thodos, feel free to chime in here if there's anything you guys want to do to help, because I'm just basically doing his stuff so we can resolve you guys getting back.
I can prep the airlock.
Okay? You got to be in a
Airlock-
vac suit to
yeah.
do that.
Just so we're on the same page, is the airlock not currently attached to the other ship?
It is not.
Oh,
We
going
went,
in the air.
we went over that a couple times.
Oh.
All right. So
Going in the airlock.
when you say you're going to prepare the airlock, Taylor, are you going to actually have someone in there trying to grab him and pull him in, or are you just hitting the button to open the door?
So I was under the impression that when it cycles, it fills back up with oxygen after he leaves. So I wanted to cycle it again, right?
Okay, I was just asking if you want. So obviously, it's a huge benefit to have someone in there to help pull him in. It is a very small benefit to say, "Oh, well, he just doesn't have to wait for the door to open," but you can still do it.
I gotcha. Well, I have time. I'll go ahead and vac suit up. Like I said, I had my vac suit already.
Okay.
All right, I'll
And,
help you.
I'll vac suit up and I'll help you.
I'll help you get in the vac suit and then also do the door too.
Okay. So I'm going to give you a +1, Ronan, for the door being cycled and the things that Aiden's doing, but Taylor coming in there, he's going to add what a DM modifier of whatever his vac suit score is to yours.
Nice, it's 1.
Okay, so you're going to get a DM +2 total to your vac suit to get back in.
All right, so +2, +1 for my vac suit, and here we go. 12, 13, if I had dexterity.
13. All right, you are pro. Get yourself all the way back into the ship. And you guys are towed all the way back to the spaceport. If there's nothing else you guys want to do while underneath this ship, you can ride the whole way back.
Question: is there a way we could install some type of a tracking device onto this particular ship for future information?
That is a really good idea that you probably should have thought of at the beginning of this particular adventure. That was one of those out-of-the-box things that you would have been in that list of things you should have probably come up with. With that said, if you want to do another spacewalk, you can try to do it again. But you're going to have to build one on the launch without proper tools or a workbench, and then spacewalk out there and slap it to the hull.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Unless anybody disagrees.
It is also customary to pay your rescuers a thank you fee. It's not a law, but it is, good tact.
Oh, I'll tip them.
Okay.
What's customary tipping?
That varies wildly, just like real tips do.
I'll pay for the the hookup fee.
Okay. We'll call that 1,000 credits.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. So you dock with the starport in the maintenance bay. As the mechanics come out there to see what's wrong with your launch, you're like, yeah, totally got it. But hey, let's put this 1,000 credits towards those guys. Thank you for coming out here to help us. And they turn around and say their goodbyes and head back out towards the asteroid field they were originally doing and continuing their run. They only lost a couple of hours out of their run, which since each jump is a week, it's not that big of a deal to them.
Do I actually get to see Anita and Rachel?
You can if you would like to meet them at the dock.
Yeah, I'll shake their hand and tell them that I appreciate them.
Okay,
Give them the 1,000.
I did make tokens for them. We didn't get to use.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah. So anyway,
See you out in the black.
Yep. They you give them their 1,000 credits. They shake your hand. They're like, yeah, it was nice meeting you. Good luck on the trucking business. And if you guys ever want to share some contracts or anything like that, you just give us a call, and they give you a comm code for their business, so you now know the Atlantis as a transport, making cargo runs in the islands.
Nice. I got their phone number. This is what happens when my brother's not around.
Mm-hmm. He would have probably tried to do some Top Gun shit to board him and take him over.
Maybe.
It's that opportunity for that callback for that date.
I did miss that date.
You did. You could have called, what was her name? Stephanie? You could have called her today.
Said I went on this mission.
I'd like to point out that one of the two ways I thought you might solve this was this way. The other way was to call Stephanie, who would have immediately pointed out that since you're chasing people, smuggling weapons, there's a certain police officer that'd probably love to help you and has access to armed starships, the authority to basically pull over space traffic and inspect them. Obviously, that's not stealthy, but
right. We would have gone to the cops. Cops would have been like, "Oh yeah, I'll help you out."
Most of the cops probably wouldn't, but you do have one who, while he knows you are up to something, he also knows for a fact, thanks to Kizik, that you're not running guns, and he has a very central premise of what he wants to do.
He's trying to crack the case.
Yeah.
He wants to know who is running guns.
Yeah.
So do we, and it's apparently the Crux Corp.
So, you guys are in the maintenance bay on the starport. Where would you like to go from here?
I guess I'll quickly check on my brother. He shouldn't sleep with a concussion.
No, this would be a perfect time for him to tune in.
But if he's not awake yet, I'll let him snooze. And, shit, we can start putting things together. We got, I/O relays and stuff last time that we can go ahead and do the install for.
Well, so when I said starport, you're in the high port. You're in the starport. You're in space.
Oh,
I wanted to
one
of the reasons for me asking the question is, do you want to go back to the surface of the planet?
Right.
And if you do want to go
check out a satellite.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Are you checking out the satellite, or are you going back to the surface of the planet?
Checking out the satellite.
Yeah, let's check out the satellite.
Okay.
I'll bring up that we need to check on my brother, and they're like, satellite? I'm like, satellite.
So, this can be either an astrogation or a navigation check, depending on what skills you guys have. Navigation is the proper check for it, so I will make that check 1 point easier.
I do not have navigation.
I don't think any of you do.
I
Oh,
have
no.
a 0 in astrogation.
Yeah,
I
same here.
shoot things. I've got a nothing and a nothing, as in not even a 0.
My astrogation, I got an 8. A 7 plus 1.
All right. Well, an 8 is a pass. So you basically take the coordinates, you get to a straight line trajectory, and then you make a couple of assumptions about, the orbit and where everything is, and you're like, it's got to be a satellite. It's got to be somewhere in this area, and you can now fly out to that area if you want. Now the sensors on the launch are not very good.
Yeah, there's no way to pre-check to see what's out there.
Yeah, they're basic. I believe basic is -2. No, basic is -4. So you can do sensors checks if you have the skill, but you're going to be taking a -4. But that you're going to have to do that to track this thing down.
All right. Who's got the sensors?
I got a 0. But it's not a nothing.
I got a
We're
1 in
gonna-
sensors.
We'll fly over there. Sense it up.
Dubs has sensors. Yay!
I do.
Okay. So what I want you to do is I want you to roll a d6 for each time you roll this check. And that's how many tens of minutes it takes you to run this check. You can decrease the difficulty by taking your time to do it, in which case it will be 1d6 hours, but it will be easier for you to make the check.
Well, what do you want, guys? You want it faster or slower?
Oh, I like it fast.
I also suggest you get one of them to help you, because as it
I'm
stands
also-
right now, you need a 12 to pass.
Okay, so then it
I'll help.
turns into 3. All right, make sure I understand. You said 1d6 as far as time was concerned.
Yes. So you can take longer or so you can do 10-minute increments or hour increments. If you do hour increments, taking more time to do something makes it easier. Having someone assist you gives you an extra dice. I'm just
Gotcha.
pointing this out because this is actually a really hard check to hit.
Well, that's why I wanted to make sure what I was doing before I started doing it. So, do I have somebody assisting?
I am trained in sensors and I will assist.
Okay.
Excellent. So 3 die roll. All right, we're dropping the lowest one. That gives me a 10. Then we have my
Hours spent.
that's a 1.
So you roll a d6 for your time.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get my roll. So I have a 12 on my roll,
Okay.
and then you want a 1d6 as far as time is concerned.
You should roll the d6 for time first if your future checks, but that's fine.
Oh, sorry. And I rolled a 5.
Okay, so it takes 5 hours for you to do this, but you do find the satellite. It's exactly where it needs to be, and the best part is that even though you can't see where the Atlantis is right now, you kind of had a rough idea from its flight plan where it should be, and the satellite has turned its antenna exactly where that thing should be. And you've kind of come up behind this thing, so it's probable it doesn't even know you're there.
And it's still looking at the Atlantis?
Sure is.
Should see who the satellite belongs to.
Are there any visible markings on the satellite that tell us who it belongs to?
Now's a good time for those investigation checks.
Yeah, I'll give you one of them.
Everyone can give one.
Looking through the front windshield. Oh. Oh, is it an intellect check?
It is an education roll.
Okay.
But you know what? You can use intellect if it's better.
Oh yeah.
I can see an argument for intellect.
7 total.
Also, 7 total.
O-dubs? That's a long pause. Is he muted?
Yeah, I've been muted. I am sorry. That was a really bad one. My gosh. So we're using education, intellect, or education.
Yep.
And what was our skill that we were using?
Investigation.
Investigate.
Investigation. The freaking hell is? Oh, there. Oh my gosh. Okay.
You have a 2.
All right. So I rolled a 9. I got a 2. That gives me an 11, and then I've got a 12.
Okay, so Odubs, on top of spending 5 hours finding the damn thing, eventually is able to find it, and you're not able, there's no markings on it. It's deliberately obfuscated as far as like who owns it. However, Odubs on a hunch says, I wonder what kind of like radar frequencies different people on the islands use, and he starts like looking up whatever data is on the local internet. Basically, I don't know if you've ever set your routers for different, regions or countries, but they use different like radio waves. And it's kind of the same thing with the technology of the islands. And he finds out that New Colchis and Neoburn both use the frequencies that this satellite uses, specifically for laser range finding. That doesn't mean that that's who's behind this satellite necessarily, but the technology was almost certainly bought by one of those two powers. Or built by one of those two powers. Did that explanation make sense to everyone?
Yeah, so is it New Colchis or just Colchis and Newburn, right?
It's New Colchis and Newburn. So remember, there's Colchis and New Colchis. Those are different places. I've pointed this out a couple times. They are very different worlds. They're not even necessarily aligned with each other. And the two places that use the radio frequencies are New Colchis and Newburn. These two places. Ghost took the I'm going to write that in my notebook rather than look at the map approach. I can tell because his little hand isn't moving.
I did write it in my notebook, and I'm also trying to find. We've run into like Newburn information before.
You sure have.
That part out.
You definitely have.
That connection.
I mean, they did try to kill us too.
Several times.
Yeah. So this encryption is probably Newburnian. Is that how we say that?
It's not encryption. Oh, unless you're talking about the data file from earlier. What he found is the frequency of the laser rangefinder, the technology used, is probably, but not definitely, either Newburn or New Colchis design. Those two powers use that specific frequency that laser rangefinder was using. The stuff that they build on their planets uses that frequency. And only because he got a 12 did you get that very specific technical detail.
Sorry, I took that to mean the encryption was the same. My bad. I wrote that down.
It's not communicating. It's just watching.
It likes to watch.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
You
you
have the ability to communicate.
almost certainly by the look of its design. It also has the ability to point either in space or down to the planet.
Is it pointing down to the planet also? Or is it only pointing in that one direction?
It can only point one direction at a time, so right now it's pointed at the Atlantis. Or at least as far as you can tell, it's pointed at the Atlantis. It's definitely a spy satellite. It's definitely meant to be stealth.
So we have no way of knowing where or when it's pointing down to the planet.
Not unless you want to stay up here, but of course, if it spots you, that will, Right now, it hasn't spotted you. It's facing the opposite direction of the launch.
Yep, gotcha.
Let's try to slap a relay on this. Like, not right this second. Let's go build a relay and do it.
Okay.
You do realize that if we go build a relay, we have to come back and find the little black satellite in the middle of the blackness of space again, and hope it's not pointing in the direction that we're at. If that makes
Can we
sense.
figure out its orbit and location? Is it geosynchronous?
It's not geosynchronous, but it is in a stable orbit. Its stable orbit takes it over top of over top of two very distinct points. Give me an astrogation check, and I will tell you what they are.
I would like to assist whoever's doing the astrogation check.
Well, I have a 0 in it. Let's see. I rolled an 8.
Okay, that just does it. So it goes within range, but not directly over top of the capital city of Acadie. It also goes directly over Holland.
Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, we want to put a relay on this motherfucker. Or bring it down.
We bring it down, they know we're here. Or, somebody's here.
That's true, but I think that they know we're here anyway.
I think they know that we're here on the planet, not that we're actively attacking their satellites or whatnot. I like the relay idea, though.
I mean, we're here. Can we build a relay with what we've got?
It'll be difficult, but you can try to pull spare parts out of crates and anything that is non-vital from the launch, and try to build one.
I think it's a good plan.
Let's do it.
Okay. So I'm gonna make this, because it's basically a crafting check. I'm gonna make this a 3-part check, and I'd like to see you guys tag teaming this, but do what you can. I'd like someone to scavenge what materials they can from the ship and the crates and stuff to build the thing, someone to do the physical assembly, and someone to do the programming.
I can do either the scavenging or the assembly. Programming, I think you might need somebody with the special type programming computer type thing, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean, it is an electronic, and we're using it as a relay for communications.
Okay, if
So
that's the
I
case,
would use-
we could use.
I would use my comm skill to put it to program it.
Okay, so
Alright.
if we're putting it together, then I'll use comms to put it together. Then
I'll put my mechanic skill to use and make a box for it.
Okay, so just so you know, programming you can use comms. That's fine. You cannot use comms to assemble it. It's a mechanics check to put it together, and it's probably going to be a mechanics check to salvage as well.
So how about we have Aiden do the salvaging, and I'll do the programming. Yeah.
And goes to
then-
assemble it.
Goes to do
Yep.
the assembly.
That sounds great.
Aiden, if you use your phone too, Aiden, that'll help.
So this
okay,
is
so
this is
doing
gonna
what?
this is gonna be a task chain. If you've read the core rulebook on task chains, so then this will be no difficulty whatsoever. Thodubs, you go first. The effect of your roll is the modifier for the next roll.
Okay, and which one am I doing? We kind of bounced around a little bit.
You are doing
You're
the
scavenging.
mechanics check for scavenging. You need an 8 to
Copy.
pass.
And I assume that's education.
That is education, yes, sir.
I have an 8.
Okay, so no modifier for the second check. That's ghost. You're assembling the components.
All right, I rolled an 8. I have 2 in mechanics, so that's 10. And then let's use my education for an 11.
Okay,
11
so
total.
that's a modifier of +3. So that gives you a benefit of 3 for the programming check for Ronan/Holmes.
Go. So 7 plus 3 for 10 plus my comm skill and my education for a total of 12.
12.
Yeah, get it.
I was hoping you'd get a critical success, but you didn't quite make it, but you did pass with flying colors your checks. So you now have a fully assembled relay. You guys have been like speculating how this thing works, and you're pretty sure that one of you will be able to like EVA out there and attach this to a maintenance panel on the back of the satellite. Now with a 12 success, you're not going to be able to get all of the data. Like, it's not just going to send all of the data to you, but it will tell you where the thing is pointing at any given time. It will also have a beacon on it, so you'll be able to find this thing without having to do a bunch of checks later on.
Perfect.
Okay. So who wants to do the vac
It's
suit?
probably probably not me. That's mechanics to attach it, I would assume.
It is.
And then
I'll do it
You
if
got
you hold
lucky.
launch steady.
I don't know. Can I do that?
Yeah. Basically, he said, "Don't touch anything."
Ooh,
Right.
I can pilot. I'm trained in not crashing.
Okay, you hold the launch. I'll go out in the AVA suit.
All right. Go ahead and give me a vac suit check.
I rolled a 9. I got a 0 in vac suit and then 0 in dex. So 9.
All right. So you get up to the back of the thing. Let me just roll some dice here. Ooh. So as soon as you grab a hold of it, it starts turning. And there are two problems. First off, it turning is making your life much more difficult than it should be. You manage to hold on to it and you're in the right position, but then you realize it's turning, and while it's probably hasn't seen the launch, it is going to see the launch if the launch doesn't move.
You gotta move the launch. Move it out of the way. Keep it out of the eye of the tiger.
Yep. Moving the launch to stay in its blind spots.
Okay, I would like a piloting check.
I need you to watch. Yeah, I need Aiden to watch and tell me where it's going, so and you can help me stay behind it.
Do we know what direction it's turning?
I assume we're watching it turn.
Yes,
Right.
You know what direction it's turning.
Gotcha.
That was his way of
I'm
saying boost me.
Okay, boost you. Done. I will be watching
Aye,
you
aye.
and helping you out.
3 dices. Here we go. My piloting skill is 0. Piloting's intellect, correct?
Piloting is dexterity.
Dexterity. Woo! I get 1 for that one too. For a grand total of 8. Because I dropped the lowest one.
All right.
8.
Well, that's enough. You skew the thing out of the way. Ghost, it holds still as it is now pointed directly down towards the planet. You want to attach the relay now?
Yeah, it's relay time.
Okay, go ahead and roll your mechanics check. Of course, we finish all the good piloting stuff, and that's when Kizik gets here. He's going to be so sad.
I got a 9 plus 2 in mechanics, and then plus 2 intellect.
Excellent. Okay.
13.
You attach the shit out of this thing. 13. Let's see. To get 6 plus on 8. That's 12. That's 14? Yeah, that's 14. I can do math. Just not very well. Okay, so you didn't make a critical success. Okay, so all you have to do is vac suit back. It stays in
Can
position.
I use the player point to get a crit success?
I don't think we should push it that far. I want you to
Okay.
spend those points, but I don't want to make you superheroes at the same time.
Gotcha. Yep, I'll vac suit back to the launch.
Okay.
Aiden, go help him open the door while I hold it steady.
You take your +2 modifier to get back.
With a plus 2.
Plus your vac suit plus your dexterity.
Yeah. 7.
You want to spend that player point now.
Now, now I'll spend it.
Okay. You barely make it back. You almost slip, and then one of your teammates reaches out, grabs your little flanging hand that was supposed to grab the rung, and it missed. They pull you in, and you guys jet away from the satellite. You're already getting relay data. It is worth noting that you're going to have to fly the launch up here to get relatively close to it to get data from periodically. It doesn't have enough range to transmit all the way back to the ship. You were hoping it would, but it just doesn't. Also, it's tapped into the power cell on the satellite, so if they really pay attention to the satellite, they're probably going to notice the power drain eventually. But beyond that, pretty successful.
Right.
You're already getting
Yeah.
data.
We should go see if Luca's back.
All right, you guys fly back to the planet. Let me pack this map up. Can't believe you guys managed to do all of that without anyone getting lost in space.
Lost in space.
And you let me fly. And do mechanics.
Well, they didn't really have much of a choice. Kizik wasn't
You
here.
held the steering wheel.
I moved the steering wheel too to get behind the satellite.
Okay, I feel like this is a opportunity for us to take a minute. Let's make sure he's actually in chat and listening. Hi, Kizik, how you doing?
I'm here, yeah.
How was jazz?
It was really fun. I apparently like to play music.
No kidding. Glad you had a good time. I'm going to let these gentlemen fill you in on what just happened, and I'm going to step away for a second. If anyone else needs to take a bio break, this is a good time to do it.
Who wants to recap for Kizik?
I'll go.
Yeah, do it.
It'll be a great time. So starting from the beginning, we made our plan to go get the data off of the Atlantis, the space truck that we stole the flight plan from last episode. So we made our plan to go fly up there, and I did a spacewalk and attached myself to the antenna while they smooth talked to the ladies in there to keep them steady for a while. And I hijacked a bunch of data, specifically some stuff that you'd like, some heavily encrypted Krupp's core data that, I don't know what to do with, but I got it for you. And we got their flight plans that they traveled to and from Wurzenslust a few times. And I got the data from where they're coming from and going to, but we got that out of them talking as well. They're running from Colchis to Acadie. We also found out that they don't like carrying stuff from Crux Corp because the containers from Crux Corp are all welded shut and sealed. And if you open them, they're probably going to kill you. Yeah. And then Aiden found a satellite that's tracking the Atlantis, so we came out and flew out there without being detected, and built a relay out of spare parts on the shuttle, and did another spacewalk and attached a relay, and flew back to the planet to check on you. Did I miss anything?
That was solid.
That was beautiful.
Luca's eyes are the size of saucers, and he says, "You flew my ship."
We flew the
Oh
launch.
yeah, they let me.
Yeah, I know you flew my ship, and I immediately sit in the seat and start adjusting it.
Oh, and I was attached to a giant communications dish during a turn and burn. Not a ride I want to do again.
That was crazy.
Like you were just holding
Space.
on to a ship in space with some kind of tether.
While it flipped over and then did full burn. While I was
It
hacking
was so
into
cool.
the computer.
He wrapped himself in the tether.
Probably
that-
wasn't this. It hurt.
That sounds amazing. And you got data. The company, you said Colcourt Company? That's the one we
Hux Corp, the one we did a great job spying on last time.
They're potentially selling explosives to the rebels, remember?
Oh, we know that they bought a band back, and then we went into their building and they were going to a satellite. And you got that information that went to the satellite,
Yes, we did.
but it's encrypted, so we got to unencrypt it.
Yeah, we figured we'd leave that to you.
How's your head, buddy? You okay? I took a big fall. You've been out for a little while.
Yeah, but you flew my ship while you just okay. I'm sorry I fell.
That's why we left you the encrypted data, because we figured if we flew your ship and we decrypted everything,
Yeah.
then you'd be really mad.
I thought you were
need-
saying I was gonna wake up and there's gonna be just encrypted data, and that's the best way to get rid of a concussion is unencrypting data.
Yeah, while your head still hurts, why don't you go ahead and do all this work? We would have waited for you, but we only had a 6-hour window to meet up with the Atlantis.
Yeah, I only salty that he moved my seat. It was perfect. Now, oh man, the seat warmer is too hot. But yeah. I'll get
Didn't
back
touch
on my
the
computer.
pilot seat of the perfect stranger for you, though.
Yeah, but I mean, the launch was the first thing I've flown in a couple weeks, and it was special to me, and I it's not special anymore. Did you scuff it? Hold on. And I run around.
Did you fart in his seat?
I did. Because I'm his brother.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, hold on, let me check that."
Yeah.
Oh,
And now,
everybody's doing it now.
Okay, so we've got this this data here that we need to unencrypt, decrypt. How does that work? I suck.
It depends on the level of encryption. One of the bits of information you guys got that I was really impressed, even though you only asked about it in a roundabout way, was what kind of encryption is used on these files, because that really helps when you're trying to decrypt it. Since you did give that information, and this is not heavily encrypted. You said at one point it was heavily encrypted. That's not something I said. The manifest files were kind of assumed that they either wouldn't have important information or wouldn't be looked at too carefully, so they only really have like a cursory level of encryption. This is something that, using the right process, using intrusion software, I believe is the correct way to do it, you will be able to try to decrypt this this file in your, computer center, or Kizik can make an attempt to do so. It is a 10 difficulty check if you take 1d6 hours.
I say all of that. I say, all right, guys, it's going to take me a little bit of time. But we got the computers here. It's going to take about 3 hours, according to this diagnostic. But we've got intrusion software.
I believe we've established already, let me flip through my notes, that it's intrusion 2. Might be intrusion 1.
I know we have intrusion 1 on our phones, but I figured the big ship might have better intrusion software. But I also hadn't actually looked at that.
one has intrusion 1.
Yeah, the phone has intrusion 1, that I know. The problem is I have so much stuff in my notebook at this point. I think it's intrusion 2. I haven't actually found the note, but we're going to go with intrusion 2 because it's the better of the two, and I'd rather sway in your favor and then have to change it later.
Didn't help. I got a 4 plus 2 plus 2 is an 8.
Yep. So you're not going to be able to make it this time round. This is not self-deleting, so you're just going to have to take one more 1d6 hours.
So I watched the bar go the entire 3 hours, and then it gets to 98%, and it gets to 98%, and I double-click the mouse, and it goes to 0%. And then it now says it's going to take 4 hours. And then I roll a 7 plus 4 is an 11.
Okay. So this time you crack it open. So this is a standard shipping form. And it also has, so the manifest is twofold. This packet that they downloaded included a selection of digital mail as well. While they didn't specify pulling down digital mail, they did specify they wanted everything from that data packet transmit, so I'm going to give this to you. I was kind of hoping, while Ronan was doing it, that he was going to go over into the mail folder, like the digital folder, and see what was in there and then find it. But the digital mail is a set of encrypted instructions. The first layer of encryption that you've broken is the layer encryption that the shipper has provided. This is another layer of encryption on top of that is specific to, like, the people in the transport. They can't read this. This is between the whoever is talking through the Crux Court. The manifest that they have has them picking up 26 tons of low berths and bringing the occupants back here to Acadie from Colchis.
Do we know a ton is one person?
If roughly 1 ton is one person. I think it might be 2, but we're going to say for purposes of this, it's 1 ton is one person.
So the Crux organization has 26 people from Acadia, did you say?
So, no. First and foremost, you haven't decrypted the mail, so you don't know what the actual instructions are that are being sent along with this. You're going to need to do that in order to get the full story here. The manifest says, go pick up 26 cryopods from Colchis and bring them here to Acadie.
Is this another... what do I know about the encryption?
So this one's a little bit more beefy. You can make it the same difficulty by doing 1d6 days. Or you can make it 14 to pass by doing hours.
Look up.
Sorry, it's a 12 to pass is the next increase, not 14. It can be a 12 for days or for hours, and it's a 10 for days. You may want to consult with your buddies because days is a long time.
Sorry, just to double check. They've already made that run then, right?
No, that's what they're going to do. That's the packet they were sent is go do this. That's what they were being sent was a job.
Okay.
If they had already done it, you would have no question it had been done.
So you guys want to look this over, or... Oh man, I think it might take days if I go with this encryption or decryption algorithm. But there's a much more difficult one. Yeah, that one might take a little bit less time. What do you think?
I think we need to find out. I think we also need to do some work on the Perfect Stranger. And man, I'm even thinking I send a message to Anita. I know she's not going to get it immediately, but you should know she's transporting people for the Crux Corp. I wonder what she would think about that.
She's going to know that. The manifest she
Okay.
has says bring cryopods back and forth. She knows that she's transporting people. That's normal. That's how you get from planet to planet to planet when you're on a budget. You basically put yourself in a freezer.
Shut, right?
No. Completely different things. They are moving cargo that is in special containers welded shut. This is a completely different order. Like you're crossing the two together. They're separate. You're mixing oil and water. The cargo that they were talking about when you were in orbit are actual cargo boxes. These are cryo containers. They are something completely different.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
No, if you let her know that, then she's gonna know that we know something.
Yeah, I
wanna
won't
get
shoot
suspicious.
anything off to her.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of background stuff that we do because we still need to get the Perfect Stranger up and running. But look through my notes here.
Hey, also, Luca, with this relay that we put on that satellite, we can go back up there, like take the launch back up there and get more information off of it. Now, they'll probably figure out that relay is on the satellite eventually, but it's a spy satellite that we've tapped into, so we can, dive for more information if we need it.
So you're spying on a satellite that's spying on a corporate organization?
Well, I don't know this for sure, but I think it's owned by Crux, and it goes over the capital of Acadie, and it also goes over Huyen.
Well, you want to spend the next maybe 6 hours with me, Holmes, and we'll look at this data, and we'll
Absolutely.
send the other two guys to see what they can do to fix the ship.
Works for me.
Yep, I can put some stuff together.
Sounds good.
So I rolled for a random encounter, and I think this is as good a time as any to make it happen. We're gonna say you guys, Thodubs and Ghost, go into town to get some extra parts they need while the decryption's going on, and you guys decide to split up briefly and get some different stuff. Basically, you send Thodubs to get more meatball subs and pizzas, because you guys have just gotten on the fast food kick, and Ghost goes to pick up a delivery order of steel plates and stuff like that, or whatever random things you still need to get, bring back to the ship. And he gets a load of that stuff. Odubs, as you are collecting your stack of space cone apple pizzas, or whatever we called them, space ham and cone apple pizzas, you turn to leave, and you notice sitting in a booth in the corner of the restaurant is a somewhat familiar face.
Okay.
Do you do anything? Do you say anything?
Sure. I will say hi.
Okay, so you casually walk up, and
I'm holding all my stuff, and I kind of say, "Hey, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while."
I'm doing well, Mr. Nix. I didn't expect you to walk over here. Have a seat.
Sure. Well, I got a lot of pizza here and stuff. It's getting kind of hot. Yeah, shall we set this stuff down? And sure. So what's going on?
She shrugs. She's like, "You approached me. What do you mean, what's going on?"
I just thought I'd say hello to you.
Interesting. You are not like any operatives I've ever met before. You know that? That's very interesting dealing with you, gentlemen. Did you ever get your phone fixed?
My phone. Let me think about my phone. Actually, I think there's a phone going on. I think I've got it. I left it back at the ship, actually.
You should keep better track of those. It's very important. And she's going to give you a little smile as her order has come up, and she's going to grab her order and give you a little wink and start walking out of the room. Give me a perception roll, please.
Okay. Sorry, trying to find perception again here.
Recon plus intelligence.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So we rolled a 7, 8, 9.
Okay. As you're picking up your pizzas, she comes by and she does something odd. She gives you a little peck on the cheek, and then she walks off. Very confuzzled by all that behavior. If you make no attempt to follow her, she just disappears back into the street with her meatball sub and, walks off.
Well, I've got a bunch of pies and food, so I am not going to follow her at this time.
Okay. You meet back up with Ghost. He has got a bunch of hardware supplies, and you guys are driving back to the Perfect Stranger. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Ghost, had kind of a interesting kind of run-in.
What happened?
Well, so picking up these pies and food and stuff like that at the pizzeria place that we went to, and sorry, I'm missing the person's token. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so I bumped into Lana, and she was just kind of sitting down at the place just there, and I just said hi to her, and kind of had an odd conversation with her.
Yeah, I bet. She's the only reason that you're still alive. She told us that you were in the trunk of that car. Remember, she was in the room when they kicked your ass and stole your phone?
Oh yeah, I remember. And she decided to pick up her some meatball subs or something like that, and decided to give me a kiss on the cheek. Don't know what that was about.
Well, yeah, that's maybe you're poisoned now.
I don't know, kiss of death or something, But I decided, since I have all this food, that I was not going to follow her. And plus, I did not have a phone with me or any way of communicating with you guys, so I didn't want to go down that particular rabbit hole again.
Okay,
But
well,
I'm going to let you know.
yeah, let's get back. Maybe we can talk to Luca and let him know what's going on.
Sounds good.
So when we get back to the Perfect Stranger, I'm gonna walk in and be like, so Aiden, he's gonna die. He got kissed of death by Lana. You remember the agent from New Bern, who's like apparently an enemy? She kissed him.
I mean, subdermal trackers, or just see if your face lights up with a UV light. We're doing computer stuff right now. Hold on.
Yeah, we're going to have to start taking a look at this and see what's going on.
There was an old Man-Bat movie where like the evil villainess had lips that. Never mind.
Nope, I definitely understand that, but she kissed me on the cheek. It wasn't the lips. I felt I was still a little weirded out, but yeah, maybe we got to check this out over here medically.
How's the decryption coming?
I got a 9 plus a 4 is a 13. And it took 2 hours.
All right. So you've decrypted that. 2 hours, you probably would have finished before they got back. So you've been reading these files. These files are very enlightening. First and foremost, Crux Corporation is almost certainly a front for Nybern intelligence. Not all the employees, just the very top level ones. And they have been sending instructions to compatriots they have on Colchis. And the instructions basically say, mobilize every person you can, put them in cryo, bring them back here, send lots of guns. We have a problem we need to eliminate.
You said you saw a known Nybern intelligent agent, and oh man, it looks like Nybern intelligence is coming for us, maybe. Can I scan you now to see if you've got some kind of tracker on you?
Yes, please do. Scan everything.
What kind of approach would you like to use for this scan? What kind of tool are you using?
Be gentle.
Flip your pockets out first, Jesus.
I was gonna go with like a comms, like a bug, just see if it makes a lot of feedback.
You said 2 different things there.
I'm gonna do a bug scanner. It goes and
Okay. What's a bug scanner? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What tool are you using?
I guess my phone.
Okay.
That's got a microphone and that can listen and provide feedback when it gets too close to something that's actively transmitting stuff. All right, hold still.
What kind of check are you making?
Electronics comms.
Okay.
Ouch! I said gentle.
That's a 10.
There are no communications you can detect coming off of Nyx. Coming off of
Can I
Aiden.
just frisk him?
You can frisk him. Give me a...
Turn your pockets inside out.
Give me
Take your
a...
pants off.
You know what? Give me an investigate roll.
Nice.
And also, you're saying turn your pockets out. Like, are you taking his clothes from him, or are you just looking at what he pulls out of his pocket? So,
Well, we'll start there.
Aiden's standing there in his
It's gonna get
skivvies.
Full strip
let's go get to
search.
that. You got kissed by
While I'm
Lana.
there in
We're
my
checking
skibbies,
you.
I'm holding a piece of that pie. That pizza, I'm just kind of munching away on it while I'm in my skibbies.
I got a 10 total. Rolled a 7 plus 3.
Okay. So you're just, like, feeling through all the clothes, looking through everything.
Yeah, I'm checking all the linings. She must have slipped something in a pocket, like as she came up and kissed him. I don't trust this.
She was distracting him with a peck on the cheek. You're almost about to give up when you run your hand over the back of the inside of the shoulder where she touched him briefly, but he didn't realize it. Because something is stuck to your finger.
Oh, God.
As you hold your finger up, there's a transparent sticker that's the size of a pinhead. Or sorry, the cap of a pen, I should say. Like the top of it. And you've seen these before. This is a passive bug. It's meant to be retrieved. That's why they didn't detect any scans.
See? I told you guys we can't trust her. I
This means that
destroy
she's
it.
gonna come back.
Well, she's at least going to contact Aiden again.
Which gives us the ability to feed some information. Like we can put our own bug there, and oh no, this is gonna equate for time. I wish you didn't destroy that bug. We could have taken what we had off it and tried to slice it together with some other sounds.
Well, it's passive, so she didn't get anything off of it yet.
Yeah, but we'd have to recreate all of the sounds that Aiden did as he was leaving the pizzeria to coming in and meeting us.
That's true.
Yeah, he was probably just singing to himself. I love pepperoni.
How did you know? What the heck?
Space.
Hey,
Ham.
now I do have space.
Yeah, Space Ham.
Now, I do have a question for you since we got a computer hacker here. I mean, is there any chance that I was just at the pizzeria. Is there any chance that you could hack into the video surveillance cameras of the city and actually be able to follow where she went? Similar to what you did to find me?
I hacked the computer cameras of the pizzeria and then of multiple vendors as we were walking through the town searching for you and going back like 3 or 4 hours at a time, not the entire city's camera grid.
Okay, so you can't do it, I guess. Okay.
I mean, it's just a much more intrusive thing, and I don't know if finding her gets us anything.
Do you want to send a new message to Jones now and let him know that Newburn and Colchis are working together?
Yeah, we can do like the real expensive one too, so it gets there a little bit faster.
It gets there right before the other one does.
Probably, yeah, before the other one.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that it was weeks faster. Like, also, I'm not sure you want to send that message. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, maybe I'm off. But the army is on Colchis. At least there are people on Colchis, armed people.
So we know that Newburgh Intelligence says they have a problem here and they need all available agents to come here. I'm making the assumption that we're the problem, but what if it's not us as the problem?
Yeah, I don't know that we know what the problem is. I know that like there's a problem, but I don't think they'd need 26 agents to take us out. They took us out with like 3, and like I don't think they need to bring 26 just to take 4 of us out.
That's a pretty interesting number, too, the number 26.
It just could be however many they had.
Or how much cargo space their ship can carry. So we need to figure out what the Newburn Intelligence problem is.
Yeah,
And-
or is it something else?
And we know that a Newburn Intelligence person is going to try to retrieve a passive bug from Aiden. Hey, did you bug her?
I did not.
Did you ask her for your phone back?
I did not.
She did say something about the phone, though, right?
She did. She asked me about my phone and stuff like that, and I told her I had a replacement phone at the ship. I didn't bring it with me.
If she would have taken 2 phones from you, you know how mad I would be.
Well, I didn't have another phone for her to take.
What is she still doing here? Like, I guess she pulled in more people on her team, right? Because the other people on her team, that was Thorn, wasn't it? Am I just fucking all of us up?
No, we still have Thorn. He's in our freezer. No, did we jump him into space? I don't know. But that was her
I think
team.
he's still in our freezer.
He's in one of your cryotubes, yes.
We know that she took the phone. We know that she that she sent a message that said the key when the package were sent to Newburn. We made the assumption that the package was our data cores and the key was Aiden's phone. So if they have a bunch of information there, why would they need a bunch of agents here? Maybe they lost the phone and they didn't send the key out.
I don't know.
Was she just
Something we're missing?
toying with you, Aiden? Like, did you get your phone fixed, or do you know where your phone? Like, the phone might still be here.
Felt like she was toying with me, like she was making fun of the whole thing.
Do you think? I don't know. Maybe the phone still is here.
I mean, bringing an army to get a phone that unlocks a data core is pretty important.
I know the phone is special with all kinds of special things on it, but is there any way for us to trace it?
Yeah, then they
I'm sure
put
it was
it.
designed not to be that way, but
Maybe. I see if the phone is on.
Call it.
No, I was like gonna trace its MAC address with our like actual spy stuff. I assume it's still off, maybe.
It's not
I don't know.
here.
I can't hear. Oh.
It's. I was just deciding how much information I could give you. It's definitely not responding to anything that Kizik is doing.
I mean, it's worth a chance.
If any of you decided, or any of you put any thought into the idea, what if they just are really annoyed with the people you killed and are just sending a fuck ton of people here to murder the shit out of you?
I mean, that was our first thought.
Okay. I feel like you dismissed that out of hand from the conversation you had. And I like where your head's at, where you're like, oh, we have to think of all the opportunities. That's really important. But you also need to have contingencies for all those. And I'm not sure you can fight off 26 people without a TPK.
Yeah. I mean, if they leave now, it takes them 2 weeks. Or no, how many jumps does it get there? Oh, we don't know what kind of ships they got.
Yeah, no, they're coming in the Atlantis.
They're coming in the sea, yeah. So that thing had a jump too.
We've
Sure
got a
does.
month because they've got
No,
2
you don't.
weeks. Oh no.
They have 2 jumps to make at 1 week each.
Yeah, so we got 2 weeks because.
I mean, it's 2 jumps there and 2 jumps back. So that's
No, it
4
isn't.
weeks.
No, it isn't.
One jump.
It's 1 jump. A jump 2 means you can go 2 parsecs in 1 shot. So it's 1 week for 2 parsecs. Jump 1 with enough fuel to stop and refuel is what it takes 2 weeks. Your ship is only jump 1, but it has enough fuel to refuel, so it has to make 1 week jump increments.
I thought they were jumping to Newburn, not Acadie. I apologize.
Oh.
They're jumping to Colchis from Acadie.
I'd also... You guys made a super rash judgment about Colchis. That is a really bad idea to make, and I'm torn on how far to let you go with that.
Yeah, I think that we can't assume that Colchis is in on this. I just think that we have to know that the Newburn agents might have a cell on Colchis. They might be completely complacent in this. Regardless, we've got 2 weeks. How much time do we need left on the Perfect Stranger? Is that a mechanics roll to figure out how much time left before we can get all the stuff done?
Yeah, let me look at what you guys have found so far.
So last time we got the M drive or M core drive installed, we bought hijacks pumps and air scrubbers and IO relays, but I don't think we got them put in yet.
So I think you've actually bought all of your equipment at this point, right?
Yeah, I think everything's bought, including food supplies.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably have the ship up and running in a week. If all you did was work on it.
Well, I'm going to work on that.
We still got to pay off the guy before we can leave.
True.
How much do we owe him still?
64,000.
Of note, there's still some stuff that we don't know. We don't know much of anything about the rebels, except for where they're at. We still, and that, like, without the ship functioning, I don't think we can go to the drop point. But we still have Drop Point Hotel to go investigate. We still have Holland. Like, we know that there was a gunfight there. We know that a bunch of stuff was blown up, including our old launch. We know that we're missing some of our people. Whether they're dead or alive, we don't know. And we know that New Bayern's here, their intelligence is here and is doing something. And they're coming to take care of something, but we don't know what that something is. And we know that there's a high probability that Lana's going to be trying to make contact with Aiden again.
Yep, all factual. And I think it's important that maybe if we could try to get the Lana angle worked so that we can like learn information from her, whether she agrees to that or not. I think that that's important, but
Do we have ways and means of actually contacting her?
well, she's gonna come pick up that little passive bug that I just destroyed.
But we don't know when.
Well, how long do passive relays
Or
last?
where.
24 hours?
Oh, way longer than that. It depends on what you're doing. Like it may stop recording but be viable for retrieval for months. Like it'll get down to a certain power level if it's not self-powered by movement, as some of them are. Like it's definitely not a 24-hour thing unless it's a specific type. I think some of them are specific types, but when all you have are passive bugs, they tend to get a little bit more elaborate, because in your super high-tech levels, what happens is you get to a certain point and you just start making them active bugs instead of passive, and then you don't need to retrieve them.
Are we positive that it was passive?
He scanned it specifically for signals.
Okay.
Did we find any intelligence that the Crux organization is funding the rebels or providing explosives to the rebels?
So I thought that maybe there was some information from the Atlantis that you could have gotten that from. Maybe we didn't find that.
You asked
Nope,
for
we did not find
very
any.
specific bits of information. You did download all the encrypted manifests, and you have not decrypted all of those. You only decrypted the ones. You only decrypted the one that was the most recent one, and one other thing. I can't remember what the other thing was.
All right, so we can still take a look at that.
We encrypted it. We did 2 decryption things. One for the ship's encryption of the last communication that we were tracking, and then the second decryption was decrypting their encryption on it to find out what it was saying.
Yeah.
Both decryptions happen on the same piece of information.
Oh, gotcha.
You also didn't check the mail for anything like that. So I gave you that one piece, but you never actually went in the mail folder and looked for those things. So you're only going to get cargo manifests.
But none of those cargo manifests are explosives.
We don't know yet. We haven't decrypted them yet.
Okay, tracking.
It would be logical to assume from the unencrypted note that you have that They're not going to say that, though. I mean, that
Very true.
unencrypted note was basically they're not telling us what's in here, and they're sending us welded shut containers, and we don't know what's in them. You also talked to Anita, and she point blank told you that her clients don't tell her what the cargo is. So I'm not going to say it was a wasted trip because you did get good information, but the information you were looking for almost certainly isn't there. If you want to decrypt those files, then, I'm down for it.
I'm just wondering if we were going to get something like a number 468 boxes or something.
Sure, you could try to get that if you want to take the time to decrypt all those. There's going to be a good chunk of them.
Do they have destinations?
Yes, Acadie to Colchis. So there's a ton of shipments coming from Colchis to Acadie for Crux Corp that you've already kind of established. They use the same type of encrypted manifest for each of them, which is what Ghost is talking about. I think Ghost just crashed.
Did I?
Looks like it.
Yep.
So they have established that. This most recent request was a last-minute charter. The cryo containers is abnormal. So there's that. The Atlantis is a independent contractor. They're not actually part of Crux Corp. I don't know if the guys pointed that out.
We did not.
And what about the satellite that they have spy taps into? What does that get us?
So they found that because Thodubs was doing scans while Holmes was taking his roller coaster ride, and found that there was something tagging with a targeting laser the Atlantis, like it was spying on it passively. And then they followed that laser back to a satellite, a spy satellite sitting in orbit that is super low EM signature, but was basically watching the ship the whole time. And they put a relay on it to basically keep track of what it is tracking and to give that information back.
So we know somebody else is watching the Newburn intelligence.
Or we know that the New Baron Intelligence is watching their couriers.
Those are two possible interpretations of that data, yes.
But the New Baron Intelligence, we might be the problem because I forgot earlier. Not only have we killed the guys that were invading our shuttle and whatnot, we did bust into Crux Corp and shoot their head of security in the head.
That is true. And I don't want to discourage that line of thinking, but I want to point out that you did shoot that guy after that transmission was already being sent.
That's true. Sounds a whole lot like we just need to pick what we're doing and move forward.
I mean, that's an option though, right? Is to go back to the tower and try to get Crux Corp, like really dive into it. See if we can find anything else there. They've got servers and stuff, right?
They also had cameras that have all four of our faces all over them.
Yeah, we should destroy all that.
Is there a way that we could use something like some outside resource like that cop or that detective to actually do some work for us?
Now that's an idea. He's trying to... Yeah, he was trying to track down the weapons. Maybe we bring him in on this. Get
or
him to
even
use some of his
unknowingly.
resources.
Yeah, even then, maybe unknowingly, like, maybe there's even some way we can hook him up with some information that makes him, anonymous information, even possibly, that would point him in a certain direction for him to go search for us. So maybe we don't necessarily need to bring him in, but make him kind of like a silent partner that he doesn't know really who's giving him the information.
You
I don't
want to deep throat him.
Yeah.
Or we can get his, like, because we still don't know all of what he knows.
So he
Then
might,
maybe
he
another-
might even have more information he could tell us. Why don't we call him up? Maybe meet him at the diner or something.
You think he'll buy pizza for everyone?
You and pizza, man.
Okay, I just wondering. Because it might be it'd be pretty good. What do you think?
I think you guys should keep fixing that ship.
Yeah, probably. We should keep fixing
Alright.
it. That's fine. But I think we should still investigate what we want to do with bringing in, at least, doing the deep throat concept or having somebody else do our work for us, potentially.
So you want me to tell him that I'm an actual spy and that I'm trying to figure out who's supplying weapons to the rebels?
No. We don't tell him exactly what's going on, but we can. I mean, if we have places that we need to go search or get information on, I mean, what's the disadvantage of us actually, hacking into his systems, actually following what he does, giving him anonymous tips to go search, and actually whatever he finds, we're able to get that way.
The whole point of deep throating the guy is that he doesn't know who you are.
Right.
Yeah, except he's investigating me for funding weapons and selling them to the rebels.
Okay, so you send him an anonymous video message where you're like, I have proof that the Crux Corp is New Bern military. And like you
Yeah.
send him some encrypted stuff.
There you go. It won't be from you. It'll be from
Unencrypted.
someone else.
I'm just saying. That's all.
It gives us time to fix our ship.
I'm gonna go ahead and pull my wrench out. You're smarter with all this stuff than me. I'm gonna go make sure these relays are done.
Is it a big red wrench? Does it have stats?
Yes, it's huge red wrench.
Oh, that's a special wrench. I've heard stories about that one.
I'm going to take a photocopy of the detective's business card, and I'm going to try to put together as much evidence that I can that the Crux Company is a shell for the New Bern intelligence.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go and drop those cards with a data wafer around the police station.
Okay. Let's do some checks for your spycraft here.
I would like to add some additional information. We do want to still have a way of retrieving that information, obviously, right? He's not going to give it to this anonymous person, so we do need to somehow, I would assume, attach something to the police station where we're able to collect this information of what they find.
One of these things is really simple to do, and one of them is not.
I was trying to deep throat him and say, hey, here's information. Go this way.
There you go.
And then, not worry about tapping into the police's infrastructure.
It's up to you how you want to do it. I'm just the mechanic. I'll over here and fix some stuff, but I just was, we just kind of wanted. I thought we might want to get some kind of payoff.
Yep.
Have him go fish for us.
He's also a real smart guy, and I'm giving him a pretty straightforward clue back to the guy who's giving him this information. He might just call a meeting with me. How do I roll for a spycraft? Streetwise?
So I was actually thinking more of making it a stealth check since you're trying to plant something, but you kind of want it to be seen, so
Deception.
deception is definitely something I would take. I was thinking something along that nature. Deception, stealth. I'm not sure it's going to be streetwise. Unless you want to bribe someone to do it for you. Like find some, like give the wafer to some like street kid.
Lady Tim.
Here's $100 to a random bum. Go put these in these 5 places, and I'll give you another 100.
All right, $200, dude. I'll totally do that.
Just hopefully he can't identify you.
Is that the approach you want to take?
Yeah, that's a cruise, right? Because he's turning that straight into heroin.
I was going to make it streetwise, but if you want to make it carouse, you can.
Oh, I like streetwise better.
Also, I need $200 cash. Thanks, Dad.
That was a 10. My streetwise is a 2 for a 12.
Okay. You crush that. So you plant these wafers. You actually have him leave one on like underneath the windshield wiper of Jackson's car. So there's no way he misses. Yeah, there's no way he misses this shit.
Shaky Steve's done it again.
And he pisses on his wheel.
So, yeah. Let's see. What information exactly did you give me? You said you were going to do all the Crux Corp stuff.
Yeah, so Crux Corp, you said we know that they're a Newburn intelligence front. And here are a couple of like shipment logs that we have going from Colchis. No, I know the words. From Colchis to Acadie. They're making these at this time, at this face. Like they are.
Okay, so you're giving them all of the logs from the shipments. That's one of the things I was wondering.
Yes.
Okay. The reason I ask is because, and he did notice this because I just rolled for all his stuff. One of those logs coincides with that weapons shipment in question.
So he's going to be able to put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, he's figured that part out.
Smart guy.
And what are you guys going to do over the next couple of days?
Let's start fixing up the ship. We got to get the ship all done, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is, what I'm still working on too.
Okay. Is that what everyone's doing? Go ahead, Ron.
Monitor. Ready, go.
Your monitor what?
I'm going to monitor and look into rebel activity. Have they been active? Are there any dissidents in the capital here? In an attempt to kind of get more information and maybe see if we can find some way to contact the rebels.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a surf the internet check. That can be either investigate or computers. Kizik, what's Luca doing?
I'd like to try to build some backup cores.
Okay. So you do have plans for those. You have to make regular trips into the town to get parts for it. One of those trips, 2 days later, you notice that the Crux Corp tower is surrounded by armed police vehicles and even flyers.
Are there helicopters by chance?
There are helicopters.
Okay, I just want to specify.
And air rafts and G vehicles. And G vehicles on this planet are hardcore military shit.
And I'm knuckle deep in the engine, so I'm missing the helicopters again.
You're missing all of that. It's on live broadcast news. No one knows exactly what's going on. But you get reports of people being let out in handcuffs en masse from the Crux Corp headquarters. And because Holmes is, watching the news and, on the internet and everything. He sees the live event. Luca actually sees it in person. You guys just going to passively watch?
Oh, hey, come watch some helicopters. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll slow down and watch from about a block away. I'll get like 6 deep from the police line. Do not cross.
Mm-hmm. But not in the van that they've already you've wrecked, right?
Oh no, not
Probably
at all.
probably fix that at some point.
I park that down an alleyway and I walk over and see what's going on.
Okay. The police are basically not giving out information. They're pulling back stuff, but you can definitely see that this is a hardcore SWAT operation. And also because you've been in Crux Corps, you can tell that where they're going is definitely the floors that you were on when they were there. So this was targeted at them. You also notice that they cut building power before they went in.
Ooh.
Do I see Agent Johnson?
If you want to look for him, you can give me a perception check.
I got a 8 + 2, 10.
So you see Jackson, and he's talking to Stacy. And they're both right up against the building, having a very energetic chat.
I don't have Stacy's phone number. I text Taylor and say, "You have Stacy's phone number still?"
I forward it over to him.
He's hands off mine.
Don't screw this up for me. Oh no, actually, I'll just text it to you and be like, "You be my wingman?" ?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what they got. And I text her and I say, "Hey, I'm in the crowd. Can I come see you?"
I assuming you identify yourself in that text message.
Oh yeah. This is Taylor's brother. I see you talking to Jackson over there.
Okay. She looks around. She spots you. She gives him a whole 1 second thing, and she walks towards you. She looks curious. And as she gets closer, she stops, and it looks like the light bulb is just clicked on, and she rushes through the final few steps, and she's like, "It was you. You were the anonymous source."
I have no idea. I just want to see if he got any information. Is he sharing information with you?
Yeah. The Valentine brokerage got called in to provide extra flyers for transport of prisoners. They're moving hundreds of people out of the building.
I'm a flyer guy, right? Oh man, that would have been so fun. Sorry, I'm here for information. Were these the right ones?
They are pulling drives out of the servers, so we won't know until they get examined. But Jackson seems pretty convinced that they had something to do with the arms shipment. He also said that an anonymous tip was given to him that practically laid the case in his lap. And he thought it was me.
I thought he was a smarter guy than that.
Yes, well, if you had called him instead of me, he probably would have figured it out as quickly as I just did.
Well, do you want him to come over and say hi?
Do you want him to know you're the one who gave him the tip? No, you're a good intelligence person. I'm just a random guy. I have no idea what you're talking about. Thank you. And I walk back into the... wait, can I have one of those server things? No, he'll never give me one of those. She laughs. Okay, he's scatterbrain. That's fine.
Yeah, have a good one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's like, tell your brother to call me. He owes me a date.
Yeah, he wants me to set something up for relatively soon. Do you have a friend that we could make it a double date and it would be real fun?
She gives you a little smirk and she's like, "I'll see what I can do. Let me send you a text later."
Yeah, that'd be really fun. Thanks. I send Taylor back a thing. I think I'm in a wig man. Or we're doing a double date next week, or maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I'm gonna go fix a computer now.
Nice. Smiley face emoji.
You guys really could have been brothers. That's hilarious.
It's fun.
We're going bowling.
I like how you basically just walked up and told someone, and you almost told everyone that after all that effort to send it anonymously.
No, I just wanted.
You could have just walked in dude's office. Like,
Did you hear me having a heart attack over there? I was like, ah!
all right. So a couple days have now gone by since the Atlantis left orbit. You guys still have a little bit of time left in the session if you want to try something specific.
I got a 13 for my roll on my internet searching.
Okay.
For Rebel stuff.
So, if you were looking for Rebel stuff specifically, it's not that it's winding down. It's that it's becoming a kind of a stalemate. Like, there's territories that the rebels are definitely in control of. Now you have to find that in the back of the internet, because the internet is still the domain of propaganda. But there's still little chat rooms and stuff you can find. But basically, there's now areas that, like, local security and military, they just don't go there. And that's why there hasn't been a lot of bloodshed either way, is because they've given ground to the rebels. And the rebels don't want to push any further because they've taken a lot of casualties and lost a lot of people and equipment. So it's almost at a stalemate at this point. And there's a lot of chat in the chat rooms that says this is where, it usually grinds to a halt, and then people get more and more complacent, and then, they're talking about it like people are gonna start caving and abandoning the cause soon. Because it's just easier to take the government's, hand out tablets and laptops and money and shit.
Beat.
Do we buy all of the parts? Like, are we just going to use this Amandiage money to pay off our debt and we can leave?
You could do that. That's kind of what I was wondering, is you have a couple more leads on Acadia you could pursue. Or you can kind of just streamline towards, let's get the ship off the ground and out of here. It's really up to you guys.
So I wanted to check out Julian, or that one.
Yeah, I've been
Holland.
calling it Holland.
Holland. I want to check that place out, but I wanted to, my priority as the mechanic is to get the ship up and running.
In truth, it's deep in rebel territory. It is considered a neutral town, but it's one of those places that, the rebels and the actual military don't officially go. It's almost like it's Switzerland. It's neutral now. But it was considered the heart of the rebellion at one point in time. It's just one of those things that you probably wouldn't want to send just half the crew there. You'd probably want to take the whole crew, especially considering what happened to the last crew.
Yeah. So, I'm going to continue focusing on the ship.
I think... Go ahead.
No, go for it.
I was agreeing, checking out Holland is... I think it's important, because I think there's a lot of the... Hey, why did our guys before us get shot down out there? Why did the rebellion get more? I think there's more information on what's going on here, because we still haven't gotten deep into the causes for the rebellion. We have a couple pieces of information of the people getting gunned down, but nothing bigger than that. So I think going to Holland has some definite benefits to it.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I'm getting
Oh.
conflicting information because you just agreed that you shouldn't send just half the party. Then you said, I'm going to work on the ship. But then you said, but it's really important to go check out Holland. So I'm super confused as the GM as to what direction the party wants to go.
I think you need to hear from somebody that's not me, because, yeah, my priority is fixing the ship.
Do we have time to get there? Is it multiple days there and multiple days back?
It is if you drive, but it's not. It's going to be weeks. It's probably going to be a day. If you drive overnight and take turns, you could probably get there in like 24 hours and then turn around and do the same thing on the way back. So it depends on how long you want to spend there as to, how much it's going to put you out. Alternately, you could try to get approval to fly out there in your launch. That's a little bit harder to do.
I think getting the ship fixed is important. So I'm down with getting the ship fixed, but if we do have time, I think we need to go take a look at Holland. I don't think flying the launch out there is a good idea, because it is kind of that weird neutral territory, and we are coming from a government city.
Well, it's actually because it's a no-fly zone, and the government will shoot you down. Like, you have to get permission to fly out there. So that's actually what makes it hard. I do want to say you guys need to make a decision on this in the next 60 seconds, because you're not going to have time to do it tonight's session if you don't make a decision to go or no go in the next minute.
Is there a security concern with splitting the party and going out there?
There's always a concern with splitting the party.
Are we willing to risk that as a
Nope.
party?
We don't have enough time to fix the ship.
No one said that.
Yeah, I think, let's spend a day to get there, then get back, and then fix the ship. Or spend a day there. I think we've only been 2 days, and we're pretty close to getting the ship up and running. And we've got enough money to pay the guy off. So let's spend next episode traveling there, getting intelligence, and traveling back. And then leaving before the Newburn intelligence comes.
So it's not going to take an episode to do that. That's what I didn't want you to say.
No.
Either we do it today, or I have to rewrite next episode.
Oh, well then, let's get a ship.
Or not do it at all. It's one of those things. Don't try to push it off to next episode and expect me to have a whole thing, because that's really going to throw me off.
All right. Well, if that's the case, and
Holland.
we think there's a security concern, then I'm okay with us taking care of that trip now and doing the ship later.
Okay.
If that's a security concern, I don't want to risk party members. If that's what
I think
we're worried about.
I think you're being counterproductive. All right. Yes. Are we going, or are you not going? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Either you go to Holland or you never go, and I need to know right now.
Shotgun. No driver.
We'll go.
All right.
Yep,
You spent
we'll go.
10 minutes talking about that. It's really irritating.
I know.
But we came to a decision.
Because I forced it.
All right, fine, whatever. Well, it's still, it's progress.
Okay. You guys spend a day driving out there. Come up to a dusty mining town. You're going to arrive, I'm going to say, roughly around 11 o'clock in the morning. And this is kind of in a Badlands area, but, most mineral-rich areas are sort of wastelandish. And this seems to be just your regular old mobile mining town. Some of the houses look more permanent than others, but a lot of the structures look like they're designed to be put up and taken down. What do you guys want to do first?
Who's driving?
You
'Cause
guys,
this looks like a bar, right?
yeah, you guys were rotating through who was driving.
We're gonna pull up to the bar.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's always a interesting thing to do when you first arrive at a place. It also requires me to change maps again. So hold on. Hold on to your butts.
What's this place smell like?
Butt sex and regret? I don't know. It smells like a cantina.
All right, so as we're riding out, we're like, we're here to do some mining, right? I like to fly things. You guys are good at engineers and mining and keeping things up and running.
Why don't we say that we're with a salvage crew? We've heard that there's some downed stuff in the area. We're probably too late for it, but see if anybody here local, saw anybody from the launch,
Yeah, that sounds great.
Oh, I forgot to grab my miner tokens. Okay, I'm just gonna throw people in there.
Minus, not minus.
Okay, so you guys go in here. There's there's people all around. So give me your checks. Who's talking to who? Let's go down the list and we'll start with Ronan.
Where am I gonna go? I'm gonna go over and talk to the bartender guy.
Okay. Bartender is a robot steward droid. It's a repurposed mining droid. It's not very good at conversation, but it knows how to order a beer.
Yes. Not much I can say to that. I'm gonna ask, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna ask can't say much, but if I was looking for information, who would I go talk to?
There is a city mayor that is on the other side of town that has all sorts of information if you need to know anything about the town. If you have any violence or security concerns that you need to speak to, please speak to the sheriff. This has a pre-programmed response.
Sweet. Then I'm just going to order a drink and sit here and kind of observe the members of the cantina and kind of, as the other guys are asking questions, look for out of the ordinary responses by people or that kind of thing.
Okay. Isaac?
I'm gonna play some cards.
Okay. You find a active card game with some miners. Give me a carouse check.
8 + 1 is a 9.
At one point during the game, one of the miners mentions a firefight in town with a group of off-worlders who had a running gunfight to their launch before leaving.
Oh man, I bet that was exciting. But you saw him get in the ship and leave?
In the conversation, he's going to be like, yeah, no, it's just a rumor. I wasn't actually here for it. It was apparently, one group of out-of-towners with another group of out-of-towners, but there's rumors the rebels might have been involved.
Oh man. Can you believe he just drew the nuts for that? Man, that's a great job, man.
Ghost, what are you going to pick up?
Shannon over here.
Okay. So, chlamydia.
Maybe. Shannon, have you been around for a long time?
Shannon seems to be the wife of one of the miners, and she's thrice divorced. And
Shannon
She's
Sorry.
She's going to accept any drinks you want to buy her, and you can roll your carouse.
Awesome.
We got a double date later.
I only got a 7, but I wanted some gossip. I'm going to ask her about like a launch that maybe crashed around last year.
Okay. You're going to use your point to push.
Ooh, sure, yes.
Okay.
So you do get chlamydia.
She is going to tell you that it was a really sad, tragedy because after the firefight where they ran to the launch, apparently the fight didn't stop there, and 4 corpses were brought back and put in the morgue.
You don't say.
She remembers the bodies coming back and how tragic that was because she'd met some of them in the bar the night before, and she gets all like super emotional and dramatic about it. She's like crying into your shoulder and leaning on you.
Oh, God. I'm texting under the table. We should check out the morgue and send that to the group.
Dubs, what information are you going to glean out of the bar?
Well, I'm not getting any texts because I didn't get a phone yet. So, what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to sit at the bar, order a drink, and I just want to kind of listen to the chatter of what's going on in the bar.
Okay, give me a recon check.
Okay. Recon, I'm assuming, is intellect.
Recon.
Recon and intellect.
Yeah, you can use intellect for that. That is
Gotcha.
what that usually is for perception.
That's what I figured. So it's 10.
Okay. Relevant information to your stuff is pretty hard pickings because the events you're interested in were like a year ago. So in a small town like this, that is, that's a lifetime. As far as gossip goes. But you do pick up on a couple of things. There's a medical examiner who is basically complaining about overcrowding because there are a ton of unclaimed bodies in the morgue. Between the rebellion and everything else, like he doesn't know what, because he's not allowed to just throw them away. Is basically his problem, and he needs people to come claim these bodies.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, so you guys have done a round of intelligence gathering. I think you've got a solid lead. What do you want to do now?
I'm going to head to the morgue.
Okay.
I'm going to connect with the other guys and just say, hey, look, this is kind of what I heard. Since I don't have a cell phone, so I got to kind of fill people in with the idea that there's a bunch of bodies over here that they're trying to get rid of. Nobody's picking up.
You've been in town like 3 or 4 times. You could have just said, I get another cell phone.
Oh, well, I guess. Well, I need to get one that's actually the special encrypted one, don't I? That's what I ultimately need.
Yes and no. Compared to not having one at all, you could have just got a burner like you have been doing. But
okay.
Ultimately, you do want an encrypted phone, yes.
Fair enough.
Luca plays another couple of hands before he leaves.
Okay.
Ignores like 3 texts.
Does he win?
I'm like headed to the morgue, and then I don't hear anything back. And I'm like, at morgue. This place is creepy. I don't hear anything back.
The best player at the table is a 10 to beat. It's your gambling skill.
Ooh, that's a 4. I lose money.
Okay. You lose 300 credits. Preferably in local bills. Okay. So I don't have a map for the morgue, but you guys come out here. You find a place called Medical Center that seems like the closest thing to a hospital that they've got here. As you go in, there's an ancient, very weathered old lady at the reception, and she kind of looks you guys up and down. She's like, "You're not injured. What do you need?"
We're actually looking for some members of our crew. They crashed their launch here about a year ago. We're here to identify their remains.
She's like, "Hold on. Do you have any paperwork saying you're associated with the ship?"
I do. Have the deed right here.
All right, just give me a second. She types away at her stuff, and she's like, "All right. Will you be claiming the bodies today, assuming that they are who we think they are?"
Sure.
Excellent. Let's go down to the basement, and she leads you down there. She seems quite cheerful for someone, taking you into a morgue, and she pulls 4 chest freezers open. Now, you guys have dossiers on the existing crew. I'm not going to make you make a check for it. These are the 4 missing crew members.
Oh shit!
They have been. Most of them look like they were wounded, like gunfire wounded, but it's almost certain that they died from impact during the crash. Oh wait, no, sorry, I got that wrong. They got shot. Let me double check that before I say for certain. Gotta get some.
There goes that bonus, guys. We're supposed to bring them home intact.
I mean, I see all
They're
the
still
pieces
intact.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, so those 4, they actually got shot.
Huh.
Furthermore, I just slipped up a little bit. They didn't die in the crash. They got shot here in town and didn't make it to the launch. So I got to retcon that a little bit. They were also killed with laser weapons.
Interesting stuff. What's
All
the
of our
process
laser
to take?
weapons that we,
Sorry, go ahead.
all of our laser weapons that we found so far all came from our New Bayern people.
True.
It is true. The lady is quite eager for you to take these bodies. So you're getting the impression that she just wants them out of the freezer.
Did they have any last effects or anything that was on them?
They do have some personal effects that are in sealed containers. She says she says pointedly that you will get those when you claim the bodies.
Oh yeah, we know. These are the 4. These 4 people match the descriptions of the people we were looking for. We will claim the bodies.
Okay. So she starts filling out the paperwork and getting them put in their black bags.
Any chance do you know what happened to them? Like how or why they got shot?
She's like, I don't have any details on what actually happened. I mean, I can tell from the autopsy report that they were killed by laser weapon fire. Some sort of altercation in town, but all the records for the town database just say that there was some sort of unfortunate altercation. Even our internal records don't really show much for that day.
Thank you.
The medical examiner that made that autopsy?
Yeah, you can find him at the bar.
Do you have a lot of altercations like this?
She raises an eyebrow at your continued line of questioning. She's like, there's a rebellion going on, and if you're asking about any of that, I don't want anything to do with it. We work very hard to stay neutral here. This town has seen too much of that. That's why all these cabinets are full.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Well, she went from really cheerful to really nasty.
She does. You can tell that as soon as you brought up like shooting and the rebellion and stuff, her entire mood did change.
Yeah.
Like that's a line of questioning that blatantly hits a nerve. And you may have noticed that that's a theme in this town. Since you've already kind of talked to some people in the bar and stuff. Like when you started talking to that girl, Shannon, about like the people here, as soon as you started talking, like she got super emotional, super fast.
Right.
All right, what's our next step? 2 minutes left.
I'm gonna go talk to the mayor.
Okay.
I want to rummage through their stuff.
Mayor McCheese.
Okay. So I can go ahead and tell you without any checks at all, rummaging through their stuff will bear fruit, but it will take a longer examination than just rifling through it, because on the surface, rifling through it is just going to be like, oh, they've got encrypted shit. Go figure. I've got more shit to go through, like that laptop you've never decrypted. So you can just add that to your pile of things, but they're spies, so it's not like you're just going to open a book and they're going to be like, the magic password is blah. So there's that, but there is stuff in there to be found. Talking to the mayor, so as you come out to the mayor, he's going to kind of size you up, and he's very perceptive and immediately realize you're not really here for mining. And he's going to have somewhat of an air of suspicion as Holmes walks up to him. There's a find areas Holmes. And he's going to say, what can I do for you, young man?
We just came out here to, we heard our friends were out here, and we came out looking for them. We found them in the morgue. I was kind of just wondering as we look around, like what happened here? Like, what do I tell their next of kin? We got some messages to come out here, and so we did to get to pick up our ship and to pick up our friends. And yeah, I'm kind of interested in what I can tell their families. Do you know what happened?
I don't know the exact details of the event. Unfortunately, about a year ago, altercations like that were the norm, and the mayor at the time and the sheriff at the time were doing their best just to cover up any type of altercations by order of the director. They were still trying to pretend like there wasn't a rebellion. So I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to help you too much with information because A, I wasn't mayor, and B, records weren't really being kept at the time.
Do you know who was the mayor? Can you tell us?
He points to the graveyard. He's like, he's over there.
Oh, dead. Okay.
Yeah, sheriff too.
I assume okay.
We had a little change of management here about 6 months ago. And now we're neutral. For the most part.
Understand.
It's the only way of keeping the
Appreciate
peace.
help.
Yep.
All right. Well, can I go through their stuff? Their personal effects?
Luke already did that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's the thing that we started with.
Taylor and I find a dog by a well.
Do you want to adopt it?
Is it
yeah.
nice or smart?
Doesn't shake its head at us as we look at it.
It doesn't seem very smart at all. Seems like it's got that look on its face that says that I'm very friendly, but I'm dumb.
Oh, but he likes
Love
his
him.
belly rubbed.
Yeah, but he really likes this well. Keeps trying to jump in it.
Is there something down there, boy? I'll pick the dog up.
I'm going to call you Sir Wellington.
Sir, Beef Wellington.
Holmes, we found a dog. I hope he travels well with 4 dead bodies in the back of the car.
Hope he doesn't chew on them.
You guys gonna adopt the dog?
Yeah, his name is Beef Wellington.
All right. Well, he's now travelable. And you guys are gonna load him up in the car and head on home. Is there anything else pressing you need to investigate while you're here? You've kind of already gathered most of the info. The only loose end you had left for this encounter, which is why I didn't want to spend a whole session on it, is what happened to the crew.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's talking.
There's not much to tell. Like I said, really, you guys solved everything but what happened to the crew before you came here. You could have come here and gotten a lot more info earlier in the story, but you've really unwrapped the whole thing. Once again, why I didn't want to try to spend a whole session doing this.
Was it Thorn and Lana that killed the old crew?
That part you're probably never going to be able to figure out.
Damn.
If you really want to look into it, you might want to ask one. Well, there's only one left to ask. So
The sheriff.
the sheriff that was there at the time is dead as a door now. I was talking about Lana being the last one alive who was there. So okay.
Kudoki.
How does everyone feel about today's session?
I'm sorry I was late.
Doing well.
Yeah, it's all good.
I didn't die in space.
You did not die in space. I was very impressed with that. We had a couple of nail-biting moments for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
It was fantastic. And so next time we're going to be streaming is probably going to be Wednesday for whatever we decide to do. We're not streaming our Monday miscellaneous stuff, but we'll probably be doing more SE for that on Monday. And then, of course, the next Saturday is the Delta Green episode. Looking forward to resolving a couple of the cans of worms we opened up last time. Definitely some intrigue going on there.
And radiation poisoning, too.
Yeah. That wasn't my fault. So.
Oh, I know. I know whose fault it is.
So, anyway, I will see you guys next time. Thanks for stopping by.